disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or anything because of the action, it will be the day the entire Brothers administration will call down. We will massively violate in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and water over impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, B road, all kinds of dollars. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, so we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Homs Day edition of The Closing Argument. Today is Wednesday. If you have made it to today, you are in good company. If you are in the Republic of Liberia and you have completed your Wednesday, you have gone over the hump. By tomorrow, the week is basically done. It's downhill from here. So thank you for tuning in. I am Jerome Gayman, your host. For the next couple of hours, we're going to be here discussing one thing and one thing only, the Republic of Liberia. We are going to be discussing briefly about some issues on the international levels. But mainly we are going to be focusing on the Republic of Liberia and what's trending, especially by way of the Liberian Supreme Court. What is going on at the Liberian Supreme Court 2 days in a row? Two days in a row, the Supreme Court has made some startling decisions. Most people have been wondering or are wondering, where have this particular Supreme Court been? We are going to pay tribute to the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, somebody that I knew, interacted with on the campaign trail. We are going to go back, look back in history. I would also love to give thanks and appreciation to another gentleman that I knew and worked with briefly, the Honorable Paul Jack Klein. The former U.S. Air Force general that served in the Republic of Liberia as Honor Secretary to the late former Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan. Oh, how great it was sitting by some great men and women during the days when Liberia needed help. When Liberia was down on her luck. So yes, I have flagged those two men. One is no longer here with us. He has transitioned, as we will say. Jesse Jackson died 2 days ago. Surrounded by loved ones as he took his last breath. The second man is Jack Klein, who is now an endowed chair in Europe. A great mind, a man upon whom the UN has depended over a long period of time. When they were fired somewhere in the world, they would call Jack Klein to go out and put the fire out. No nonsense person, a general, and wherever he goes, he commanded. He took charge and got the job done. Liberia is an example and a success story on Jack Klein's belt. So let's come back to Liberia briefly. I want to know, where is this Supreme Court coming from? Where have this Supreme Court been? First off the shoot this morning, when I woke up, I saw this article. The Supreme Court of Liberia, the Supreme Court Justice Wolokoli overturns commercial court order status quo preserved in the Stramex LPRC arbitration battle. Supreme Court Justice Wolokoli overturns commercial court order status quo preserved in Stramex LPRC arbitration battle. This ruling came down today, the 18th of February, AD 2026. It says Monrovia, the Chambers Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, Her Honor James Etta Howard Wolokoli, have sharply rebuked the commercial court for refusing to preserve the status quo in a high-stakes petroleum dispute between Stramex Oil and Gas Company and Liberia Petroleum Refining Company, LPRC. Ruling that the lower court had made an error when it declined to make preliminary injunction effective pending arbitration. In a detailed ruling during the October term, AD 2025, Justice Wolokoli held that while the commercial court properly compelled arbitration under the party 20-year petroleum storage agreement, it misapplied the law by vacating injunction relief that was necessary to protect the integrity of the arbitration. The dispute stems from a September 3rd, 2022 by President Joseph Yuma Boakai, revising the petroleum pricing structure to generate revenue for the National Road Fund, county road equipment, and social programs. LPRC subsequently issued a circular implementing new per gallon charges and requiring importers and terminal operators to remit additional fees. Stramex objected, arguing that LPRC had no authority to unilaterally alter or terminate the 2013 Petroleum Storage Agreement ratified by LPRC's board. Resolution number BD 2013/012. The company contended that the pricing directive substantially altered the financial structure of the PSA and amounted to expropriation of its assets and contractual rights. After Stramex petitioned the commercial court to compel arbitration under Section 10 of the PSA, the court granted arbitration but refused to maintain a permanent injunction to prevent LPRC from restricting access to Stramex tank farm, seizing its petroleum products, and blocking vessel berthing. The commercial court reasoned that issuing a permanent injunction would exceed its jurisdiction once arbitration was ordered. The Supreme Court jurisdiction over arbitration does not have power to protect it. Justice Wolokoli disagreed with the court. In her ruling, she clarified that jurisdiction over the merits of a dispute subject to arbitration is distinct from a court's authority to issue procedural safeguard to preserve the effectiveness of arbitration. The power to compel arbitration, justice in chamber, reasoned, does not extinguish the court's authority to ensure that the arbitration process is meaningful and not rendered nugatory. Citing Article V1B of the Commercial Court Act of 2010 and relevant provisions of the Liberian Civil Procedure Law, she emphasized that the court retained discretion to grant injunction relief where continued action by a party threatened irreparable harm or could render eventual arbitration was ineffectual. At the heart of the dispute is Article 25 of Liberia 1986 Constitution, she says, which guarantees the obligations of contracts and prohibits law impairing contractual rights, while acknowledging that democratically elected governments must retain flexibility to implement policy changes. The court stressed that such action must be balanced against constitutional protection of existing contracts. The PSA between Stramex and LPRC run through 2032 contains a binding arbitration clause requiring dispute to be resolved through confidential arbitration in the Republic of Liberia. Justice Wolokoli noted that the LPRC's action blocking Stramex's access to its leased tank farm at the Freeport of Monrovia, seizing stored petroleum and denying vessel discharge. Continue unchecked, the arbitration process itself could be rendered meaningless. Hopefully, we are having some technical difficulties in Monrovia. Hopefully, we are working on it from the back. Our folks in Monrovia, we may be experiencing some technical difficulties. What's happening there? Myean, talk to us.
How you doing, Mr. Gayman? I'm sorry, I've been working in the back on some stuff. That's why you find it very, very difficult, because we have changed in transition.
Okay.
Like the time we usually come on the radio is no longer like that. So because of that, I had to do some adjustment to set up one or two in the back here.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going through some transitions according to our folks on the ground. We are having some changes, making some adjustment in schedule. So yes, if you are not hearing us at this time, it will be a matter of time, and we're going to give you a full-time schedule as to when you will be able to listen and see us in Monrovia. It is an interesting time in the Republic. We will be working together to make sure that the contents of the show remains credible, substantive, and reliable. When you tune in to the closing argument, no matter where you are tuning in from, you will get us loud and clear. For our radio audience, I'm looking at a schedule that we may have you in full flight on Mondays and Wednesdays all over the nation, the Republic of Liberia, same time, For our social media users, our Facebook and YouTube friends, we will remain here 5 days a week, bringing you news, sports, politics, as they happen in the Republic of Liberia. Myean talked to us. There was a major news today in Liberia. Spremex versus the Republic of Liberia, LPRC, and the Justice Chamber. Nyenwolo ruled that the government wronged Spremex. What is your take? What's going on the ground?
Okay, so Mr. Dim, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you all so much. Like you rightly said, there are too many things going on within our country, which I would just like to outline some of them. Like you rightly said, the Supreme Court, Judge James Eto Howard Wolokori has ruled that the commercial court, wherein the FAR, according to her, she said an error was made FAR to maintain the status quo during a major oil dispute between honorability and that of the gas and Liberia Petroleum Reform Company. So with that, all us Liberians are now saying the Supreme Court is being somehow, where others will say, being pay attention keenly. Whenever you carry a case there, you have to pay keen attention, because if not, you are going to be somehow, like others will say, if the case is in your favor, you might likely hear that you lost the case. So when you carry a case to the court, you should not be deterred. You should not give up, keep pushing until you wait to see the final ruling from the court. So we've been hearing a lot of back and forth from other Liberians. So Terry, we saw today the former spokesperson of the Liberia National Police, because she have already resigned now. So Madam Cecilia Clark resigned today, this morning, where it was like a shocking news to the public. And then with that, I would like to congratulate the newly appointed spokesperson, who is in person of Ono Collins, who is a personal and close ally to me. Ono Collins, he is now the new spokesperson. I just congratulated him a few minutes ago on his appointment as the newest spokesperson of the Liberia National Police. So with that, we've been hearing that there are a lot of internal information that is coming from internal fight within the Liberia National Police, but we yet to confirm what's the fight all about. But according to Madam Cecilia Clark, when she was turning over, she said there are a lot of things that were lacking. Liberia National Police, in terms of logistics, in terms of capacity, in terms of the support, she was not getting it. So she think it is good, the service she rendered to Liberia National Police. She had a wonderful time there. So for you taking someone from a higher position them to demote is something that she saw as a disrespect to her office. So because of that, she cannot continue, or she cannot maintain that position to take off from head of the entire media department. You heading the entire media department at the Liberia National Police, not just heading, but you also the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police, to bring you down to protocol. She saw it to be not good for her. So because of that, after she received this letter from the Liberia National Police, she then resigned on today, because it's not good for her, like I said. So we hope to get more words from her. We hope to see what's the outcome of this. But when hearing back and forth from other supporters, other media practitioners, about this issue about Madam Cecile Clark. And then with the Tima Worker Union, the people said they are tired of so many stories from the Minister of Finance, wherein the president have sent order that the finance minister should pay them since last month. Let me just say last year, we were in December, and then since then they are yet to receive their pay. So some part of December they receive half of the money out of 7 million or 1.7 million, if I'm not making a mistake. 1.7 million, they receive 50,000. So they saw that the money is small. They have to receive all of their money because, like other countries like Africa, Sierra Leone, Ghana, the former Tima worker, they have received all of their money. So what's the case that the people who are in Liberia, they are yet to receive their money? After all, the money is in the cover. The president told Garguah to turn over the money, but he had to give their money. So he only sent 50,000 to the account. So as a result of that, they saw it to be not faithful to them, not good to them. So they're calling on the Minister of Finance to give that money, or else they will continue to protest to see the final decision how it's going to be like. But for the past 3 days now, they have been protesting on Monday, Tuesday, and today. They were also there protesting. So let me see whether I can play this short clip until we get to the next talking point tonight. Let me see whether I can play this short clip from one of the lady who. There
you go. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
You talking about payment plan? You talking about payment plan? You standing over there, you got people to support. If that is not government money, if that money is an NGO money, then you want to dictate with us, you telling the president what to give us. You must be joking. We'll be here until you give this money. Because you undermine the president. You undermine the government. Garguah is encouraged. Garguah is encouraged. You spoke with the media and there's a lie you are explaining all of that. I don't know who you call yourself. We're not coming here and lie on the government. We're not coming here and lie. You people got our.
So you listen to, she's one of the protesters. And also we saw this video that I've been training on the social media where today I went there and then I did an independent investigation. But let me try to play this video first before I give background of what I'm about to talk about. Let me play this video. This is the video. This video was conducted by, let me give them credit first, was done by Africa Daily newspaper. They are the one who did this video over the weekend. Let me try to play it. Listen to it.
Joe is the managing editor of the of Africa.
So hello, folks. This is one of the most suspicious buildings in Monrovia. This particular building is located around Debris Mall, opened at the back of the industrial park. You see a lot of white guys dressed like Arabs or in the form of Arab, showing some significant alarm at the national security level. So,
and they are huge in number.
They are
huge. Very huge in numbers.
Very, very huge in number.
Yes.
You can see some of that scene. You can see exactly what's happening. Who are these guys? They have just been here, and since
in the community people are raising some concerns, and they actually want to know whether government of the security is aware of those guys who are dressed in Arab white Arab firms, girls that you know, and they are according to what we gather from the community dwellers, they are very huge, and they are more than 100 of them in this particular building. Here, this building is incompleted anyway. It's still
undergoing construction.
Still going on construction, right? But this building is located at the back of the Monrovia Industrial Park, and the road like that leading from Debris Mall up in Balanceville going towards the flour factory here in Balanceville. So we are like concerned about what is happening, and of course my name is T Tennessee Toplo from Rescue TV, guy Liberia, and I'm here with my colleague.
So this particular vehicle event tracing, you see they have made their first stop here. They continue to move. Okay, they are trying to disembark from the vehicle. And you see how the vehicle is loaded. I think heading to somewhere.
Why is
so Tennessee? So what do you think exactly this could be? Is it a missionary? You think government is aware of their activities?
Well, that's my concern. That's the reason why you see we want to bring it to the attention of the government. They will do their own research or their own investigation to establish as to whether the guys are legitimately being in Liberia or they've been recognized by the government through the.
You are muted, Myean. Myean, you are muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. So I'd just like to give some clarity on this video because when this video were posted, there are a lot of people who contacted me, even Chief Tomalin, a lot of people contacted me, asked me to do investigation on it because many people were concerned. They said like we have some group from another country because the same thing we are seeing in Nigeria today. People are concerned whether it's the same group that is coming to Liberia to carry on the same act. So there are a lot of people who were concerned. So we had to do investigation. And then yesterday, I set up a team. And then Yahoo, he's a Muslim guy who I contacted immediately. And I asked him for assistance, whether he could help me in the process to carry on the investigation because he's one of the person who usually follow the radio, follow the closing argument show. So when I called him, and then he said, yeah, I'll make my time available to carry you guys to the area. But in the process, I was like wondering, how is it possible that this guy, he's now a journalist, but how is it possible that he'll be able to get the actual information or to ask the kind of questions that we want to get the information from? So when I explained everything to him, he said, don't worry, if I reach there, if there's something like the mission that came on, I will get to know and I'll feed you information. So I think he said, okay, no problem. I gave him one of my phone. And then when he entered in the area, before reaching to the place, we saw the guys all standing up, and then I was like kind of afraid. So when we were approaching the place, he told me, say, then just put me on the main road and then I'll walk in, and then you can take your road. So I went in, and then I reached to where they have the flower, where they usually face the flower. So I saw the building on the right-hand side before going. And then I was kind of afraid because that whole entire environment, out of 100%, you find 80% or probably about 90% of Muslims that live within that entire environment. So I was kind of afraid. So thinking how I was going to manage to park somewhere and then take a view of the entire place, but it was kind of very, very difficult. I tried doing some footage and what have you, but later on I called some senior media colleagues. They told me, say, don't waste your life. Because if that guy didn't catch you there, anything they do to you, nobody will know about it. So it was kind of afraid. While the Muslim guy who I've already talked with, he was already inside trying to gather some information. So when then he gathered the entire information, and the man already knew that they are in the fasting month, but it was kind of shocking for him to get that kind of information. So when I told him about it, he said, no, man, let me try to reach out to know. And then what I heard is that one of the ministers, and the assistant ministers, he's a Muslim, he tried to go there, and then they denied him access. So when I explained to him, he said, no, maybe probably the people knew that he was going there for a political reason or something else, so they never allowed him to go in. I said, okay, no problem. So when he entered, normally they close the fence. They don't just open the fence like that. Maybe I said when someone coming in, then they can open the fence. But normally they close the fence is always closed. So I was kind of suspicious. I said, but what's going on? So while standing up, and then later I saw a text from him that, oh man, come in. So I was like, what? I hope this is now a setup. So before going in, I started to send text messages to other men and like some of my media colleagues, like as a backup in case of anything. So later on, I called one of our reporter, Joseph Saleh. I told him, Joseph, you have to be only allowed in case of anything so you can be able to back me. Oh, I'm so place. And then Joseph said, okay, no problem. I'm around the Bananfe Junction. So from Bananfe Junction to where this incident is taking place, it's just less than 5 minutes distance. So he said, okay, no problem, I'll be there in case of anything, just let me know. So when I went to the place, and I saw the Arab people, there are a lot of people from different countries, they were all there. But the man told me, say, oh, my, yourself come and see, because maybe if I come outside there and explain to you, probably you'll not believe it. So when I entered the place and then I asked, he said, you are set eyes. Nothing they will not do to you, you are set eyes. So when I asked, before going in, I started to ask some community dwellers around, some guys who are not Muslims. I came all the way on the road and I started asking. They said, nobody plays there, the people living there. I said, people living there. I said, yeah. I said, but how long the people been living there? I said, since man, I said it time. So later on, I asked and I said, please take me to the chairman area or anybody in the leadership. So when I went there, they told me, but the people been living there. And then usually when like the Ramadan coming, you'll see some of them will come from Nigeria, other countries, they will come. So I started to record them, like off record to get some evidence. So in the process, when I went in, and then they told me the same thing. I told them, say, is it possible to interview so I can break silent on what is going on? They told me, say, no. It's not necessary that we do interview because it's kind of rotational, it's kind of normal thing that we usually do. People leave from other countries, come to our country, and then they have some prayer time, like the preachers, wherein we see the Jehovah's Witness, we see other churches, people leaving from other places coming. That's how I usually go. So some of them leave from India, they leave from Nigeria, leave from Asia, other countries come to Liberia after preaching, and then when the Ramadan finish, they go back to their various homes. That's how they usually do it. So for us to see the media platform come up to say the same thing that we saw in Nigeria, these are the same people that is coming within our country, where people were afraid. We saw a lot of people were kind of going back and forth on social media. So we just thought it was to make this clarity. That's far from reality. These people are just coming in like preachers to preach for the Ramadan. After the Ramadan, they will be able to depart. Their dress code, that's how they usually dress. According to them, they said that's how they usually dress. Like the people, the Arab people, that's how they usually dress in that country. So that's not something like that dress code will scare people or to say anything. Their cars, they have that like you normally see Muslim people, they will put all of their belonging in a car. So wherever they stop, they can be able to pray and what have you. They usually have it in a car. So when they saw the vehicle, they said the people vehicle were really choked, and then they don't know what is in the vehicle, whether weapon or whatever. So we were kind of suspicious for other people. So people were concerned about it. So we decided to also inform the public about it. But let me join Mr. Pewee. Mr. Pewee, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Myean. Thank you. I think it's good for people to be more or less very vigilant. I think it helped a lot in terms of that's one of the major element of security, where the nation, the citizenry will be concerned. And if you see something and you say something that got some that's a huge support in security science, in keeping the environment safe and the public safe, if you will. So if you say something, you see something, you say something, then authority can move to investigate. Most of those things we will see something that we are skeptical of. Sometimes they may not be a threat to us, but the fact that we can say it and the authority investigate is good. But yet, I'm familiar with that terrain, that we refer to those folks as they are migrants, if you will. These are migrants from most of them. I've lived, I grew up in the the shoe factory area, not too far from that. They were more open. That back road is directly going to the community that I grew up in as a lay boy before the civil crisis and other things. And then I live within the Bananze area. Currently, I own a house in Diggsville also. So I'm still very deeply involved in that community. That area, those guys are always, they've been there for some time. That is correct, actually. But these are migrants, often from Mauritania, most of them from Mauritania. And there was a time during the Madame Salif administration, I was very concerned. Then Neopro, we thought they were there for other nations. I have personally spoken with the then police chief, Chris Massacre, about that. He said, hey, no, we've done some investigation about these people. I think for now, those that are here, they're just migrants coming to seek other things, but we've been keeping eyes on other things. So I think it's a good thing to be on the show this evening, but I think that those kind of investigative push is very good, Myean. But I will hope that, again, the authority will do some probe into that. It's important. Those kind of public intelligence coming to the security apparatus, the good thing to do in any professional security environment is to probe some of those information. Even if you're not sure of what you're going to do, if you knew that they're not posting any danger to public safety, but again, you go again to probably your new probing methodology can unearth some new issues. So the element of continual probing in the security environment is also critical and important. You muted, Mr. Gayman.
Were you fortunate to have interviewed the owner of the buildings to see whether they're staying there is contractual, right, how long they have been leasing from him, and do they have legal document to come into the country, how long they will stay, how long they usually stay? Were you able to ascertain, because it looks like they had a truck with a lot of stuff on top of it. If they are traveling a very long distance.
Mr. Gayman, before Myean, if I may.
Okay, so
before Myean continue, if I may quickly, this whole ECOWAS thing we have, ECOWAS citizens can travel across the ECOWAS country. We do have
with no documentation.
No, I come to that.
With document, you travel with document your passport.
You travel the ECOWAS passport, and you can be in the country for some period of time I don't know if they keep to work before if you want to apply to work. But the ECOWAS citizens just travel. If I want to go to Ghana today, I don't require a visa to enter Ghana. I go to Ghana and just be in Ghana for some time. Maybe probably the only time I want to seek the Ghanaian authority approval, if I want to seek work to be done, then I should be issued a work permit to work. So, but being there, but it's a good question you asked, Myean, just now. If the property owner is one and what their mission there, how long they've been there, and all of things. But I've been seeing the people. Is that the Deborah Moore Open Junction, the Road Green?
Yes, rather Deborah Moore Open Junction.
Yes.
Yeah,
they've been with them is given for some time now.
So over years plus, even the point that out doing man and service time.
I did my own investigation on them, and I was very skeptical of them. So our community, I heard calls from our community people. They say, "Oh, all the time you on the radio doing all the talking, we are sending people around." I went there, I saw that. At the time, I don't know if they closed. By the time it was somehow not too close from the LPRC fence. The LPRC fence, LPRC where they got the tanks, the original Ghana's the LPRC headquarters there. They were a little bit close there. So when I went there, I engaged them and I found out. Then I contacted
where the fish flower. That's where the flip flower.
Yes, I contacted the then police chief Chris Massacre. He said, "Hey, they done some. They will still move again and do something, but he don't think exactly what he said to me. He said they are migrants. He been hearing, but they kind of line, but they across the road. And at the time, Mr. Gayman, quickly, they will have these children. Most of them, these children will be deployed, and the parents, the mother or father will sit down to a strategic area, and those children will be in the street. At the time, they will all work in the street, begging and other things for money and other things, hand out, and the rest of that. But I don't know if they're not turn very large now. When you say by the time they were super, there were considerably good number of people that we interacted with.
So, Myean, I just got a text here to say Ramadan or the fasting period will end March the 8th. So now that you have done this, it would behoove us that you go back after the Ramadan and see whether they are still there. If they are migrant, as Pewee is saying, then by March, the end of March, they should have left, and we will find out. And it also behooves you to know who is the property owner and how long have he been renting to these folks. And it is the same folks who are coming back, or it's like an Airbnb where people from all over the world can come.
I know that Gibbs said I'm gonna give or Gibbs my country people there. That now you and myself, grandpa drinking it.
So we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Our grandpa cousin in there.
Yeah, I was in Liberia a few weeks ago, and I was going to my property. I bought some property between Dixville and Carwell, right over the Stockton Creek. So I was going. Then when I look at the deed, the land was mostly in Dixville than it was in Carwell.
Oh, you got it right in Dixville? Then we community member.
Yeah, we are community members. So I know where that place is because we started. It was funny. The person that was giving me the tour was showing me all these places, including where I think the speaker has a stadium there. I think it's a soccer stadium or some kind of stadium he has there where the people can congregate. And then they were showing me the different community, dry rest community, they bring more open. So we're looking at all these funny names from different communities, and they were driving around. So yes, it is good that you go after and check and see whether this is real. But let's get back to Liberia. It says here the LNP spokesperson Cecilia Clark resigned, alleging discrimination and undermining. Collins confirmed to take over. And it says here, this is written by Blamoto. Liberia National Police spokesperson, Deputy Commissioner of Police Cecilia G. Clark resigned Wednesday, citing what she described as persistent workplace discrimination, operational constraints, and structural barriers that undermine her authority and performance on the job. Clark formally stepped down on February 18, one day after receiving a letter relieving her of her duties as head of the Press and Public Affairs Division, reassigning her to lead the protocol department. She characterized as unjust and procedurally flawed the entire process. According to Ms. Clark, February 17 reassignment letter arrived late in the day and required her to immediately hand over all official materials and report to her new supervisor. She had been demoted. The protocol department she was reassigned to was previously led by Sam Collins, whom she accused of undermining her office by allegedly running parallel communication within the police structure. She questioned both the timing and intent of the transfer, suggesting it effectively replaced her as the police chief spokesperson. The Liberia National Police had one spokesperson, and that mandate is my office to uphold, she said. Stop the undermining, misrepresenting, and stereotyping that you are noted for. My silence is not stupidity, Clark wrote in the social media posting during her tenure, a message widely interpreted as a warning to the internal affairs internal actors. The former Liberian Broadcasting System senior staff member and ex-president of the Reporters Association of Liberia said the move left her with little choice but to resign. Leadership must rest on trust and clarity. Once both are shaken, service becomes a struggle rather than a duty, she said. In her formal resignation statement, Clark reflected on nearly 2 years in a high-profile communication role, describing her tenure as focused on improving transparency and strengthening public trust in the police. My decision to resign followed careful reflection on a range of professional and administrative challenges experienced over 2 years, she says. She revealed These include persistent workplace discrimination, operational constraint, limited institutional support, structural barriers affecting the performance of my duty, and difficulties in team collaboration. She emphasized that one of her few women to hold such a visible leadership role in the Liberia National Police, she has approached the responsibility with integrity, vision, and professionalism. She went on to say she thanked the journalists, colleagues, and partners for supporting her work and expressed hope that police leadership will strengthen internal systems to promote fairness, inclusion, and professionalism across the police force. Clark concluded by reaffirming her commitment to police service, to public service, and the rule of law, pledging a smooth transition as the institution continues its mandate of protecting and serving the Liberian populace. The rumor she wants to respond to, she said, amid long-standing rumor that Collins had consistently undermined Clark's authority, the Liberian investigator contacted him for comment hours after her resignation. Mr. Collins, who have been accused of undermining the office of Madam Clark, which have subsequently led to her immediate transfer from the role of U-122, something she could not accept, thus triggering her resignation. What can you say? The Liberian investigator reporter asked. Well, I am trying to settle down now, so my initial response will be no comment for now. We will speak to these issues later, Mr. Collins replied. When asked whether he was next in line to replace Clark as official Liberia National Police spokesperson, Collins confirmed the appointment. It is true that you are next in line to be the official spokesperson of the Liberia National Police? The reporter asked. Certainly, I have received a communication appointing me to that role, Collins affirmed. Clark's resignation marks a significant leadership shift within the Liberia National Police communication apparatus and raises broader questions about internal coordination, institutional culture, and the command structure within the force. Honorable Pewee, this is serious here. Let's discuss. Myean, I know you made a disclaimer that you are a friend of Mr. Collins. But Ms. Clark is saying that Collins is responsible for her release by undermining her, as evidenced by him being appointed before she was even asked to resign. And Mr. Collins admitted that, yes, he has received his appointment letter from the police. Honorable Pewee, this is a poor woman who feels she felt wrong. She had done all she could, given the barriers and the obstacle put in her way. And the least they could have done was to demote her and asking her to report immediately to her subordinate as now her boss. She found that to be unprofessional and lack of internal control and procedure. Your take on this issue? This is serious.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes, when these things come forward, some of us, particularly for me, I have my own way of looking at things. I will hope that we all, but back to it, I didn't take it from the most sentimental side this morning. When I got up from bed this morning and tried to skip through Facebook to get some news in the country. Normally when I'm up in the morning, I doing my business by 6 a.m. I'm out of bed completely. I'm out by around 5 something, skipping through CNN news and other things. But by 6 a.m. off. Then I started skipping through to see the latest from Liberia, and I saw this development. And she's a journalist. She came as former journalist, a broadcast journalist before, so she's also popular within the media realm, if you will. So both the female former journalists and other started running with this story. But one thing I know Cecilia Giggly. Normally used to like read her name. I normally joke with her Giggly Clark. And as one person, she's been around for some time. She's a Sion sister, a 5 Sion sister that most of us got a lot of respect for. And then I stay maintain my respect for her. But, I want to believe sincerely that the police took some actions, and every institution, basically, Mr. Gayman, we would see people will push. Even your own institution, you've been running for a very long time now. You do some internal structuring, restructuring sometimes, and you do some realignment and all those things. And you do those things in some cases where even if someone is performing but not performing, you believe the person will perform best here, and you love to do some adjustment to see where you place people. But one thing I do know is that the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police job is a very tough job. It requires a very tough person, because you have to be on top of basic information dissemination and all the rest of that. So if the police chief that got the administrative power to do those internal restructuring appointed her, she didn't like it. But I don't think it will be fair to Sam Collins, that I also do know he been in the media himself, from an assistant. He was a police spokesperson before, right? He served as spokesperson of the Liberia National Police before. Then he was appointed assistant defense minister for press and public affairs during the 6-year Myean administration. But my point here is that Sam does not have the power or the powers, if you will, to honor my Cecilia Clark. And I don't think so. I think that is unfair to his person. If anybody were to come out to say, hey, Sam Collins honor mine or and other things, I want to believe these are unacceptable things that I don't love to even discuss. I don't want to use certain words so that as I hot on that. But I think it's unfair to judge this, because I worked with the police before. He served in certain capacity as police spokesperson before. So, and he, in the new administration of Gregory Kromah, he was appointed as head of the protocol office. Probably. The police chief believed that Sam Collins would be more proactive, more effective as police spokesperson. And he did well when he served as police spokesperson at the time. You need someone more robust to be the police person. I think she didn't have that energy to move the police as a spokesperson. So I believe that it's part of the reason why the reshuffle came. And as a female, she didn't take it lightly. She felt that someone on her. I don't think. And that's my personal view. And I'm saying that from the fight of myself being into communication. If you want to have a police spokesperson, you need someone very robust and someone very proactive. And I thought Sam would be more proactive and robust in their capacity now that the police chief appointed him.
Well, then let me push back a little bit here.
I know you already out there, so you push back. So push back harder.
I'm not taking any side.
I didn't say take a side. I said you already said it's serious, and so push back harder.
I'm quoting her here. As an administrator myself, if I were doing reshuffle, this conversation will be had in my office between you, and I tell you what's happening while we are doing it. But it do not come through a memo to say turn in your gun, your walkie-talkie, everything effective immediately. That's not how it works. But this is
the said they came to her immediately. You see, again, there are two sides to every story, Mr. Gayman.
Mm-hmm.
There are two sides to every story, basically. So if one were to come with that, if it is true that, and I will try to engage other sources close to the police authority to find out if she was just arbitrarily removed from her office and just by notice or say 10 these things, because I saw someone posting a video, saw her packing all of her office, getting things arranged. She even said at a certain point in time, most of the uniforms she had to purchase those uniforms on her own and all the rest of that. If she was arbitrarily in a more disdain way, let me put it that way, in a more disdain way, removed from her office, then that is totally unprofessional. And I will hope then I will reconsider certain things. But I would love to hope first and foremost, the way to do reshuffle, the police chief got that authority to do those kind of internal reshuffling and within the administrative realm of the Liberian National Police. So you need to have someone more robust, more effective, more efficient to serve in such capacity, because the police is a very engaged institution. It's one of the very engaged institution with the public, and the public will have their own concerns. So yes, if that is the case, and I will put a serious if that is the case, if she was pulled out, is a heckle in those kind of a way, intimidated and disrespected in clearing the office, not true, because if she was appointed to be the head of protocol, it would have been through appropriate internal memorandum from the police circulating in the building that, oh, we've done some internal changes. Sylvester Pewee would now be the head of HR, and Mr. Gayman, the head of HR, would not be the head of this, right? All those things. It will be through that internal communication that we have to channel through the system. If that didn't happen the way it happened, if it happened according to, because I believe probably she's doing that because she's frustrated. The female, the way they handle things is different from the way we do. But if it is true actually that she was treated in a more disdained manner, I think I would have to rethink what some of the things we're seeing. But we'll make some follow up to that. And I like your point you struck just now. We all have to look into those things. But I saw a video. I saw her packing, and that video was trying to manifest that she's being hurriedly pulled out of the office. And I thought this kind of a thing should not be just because if the person not listen quickly, and yeah, in administration, the war is over. If the person did not do anything that is inimical towards that institution, Mr. Gayman, you've been around for a very long time. The person, the weight of the person being taken to the next office, the person staying in the employ according to you, you're going to reassign them. Why hurry get the person back to get everything up? Then if that's the case, it's deeply concerning, and we have to probe a little bit more to get the facts.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Jimmy, I want to come in.
Yeah, 1 minute. Dr. Peabody, welcome. Honorable Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody.
Good. Don, you wanted to come in?
Yep.
Show your face. Show your face. Let's see the face I said it. Don't be scared. Don't hide behind that picture. How beautiful. There you go. Go ahead, young man.
So the room is dark, but I'm assigned at the LMP for the closing argument as one of the reporters there. And what I want to say first before I move further is the reliever of Madam Clark from opposition today was firstly disrespectful to her as a seasoned media practitioner and someone who has worked for the LMP for over 2 years now in that position and has been delivering pretty well. We follow her, we see the work she do, and she has been proactive lately. There are too many things she said today. I posted the video on the page also concerning her herself purchasing uniforms when she was being appointed. There have been some underground claims that I want to share a few of them with us. One of them is the aspect of her not being respected in opposition. If you normally follow the RG's movement, the RG's going to so and so area for so and so business. Madam Clark has not been in the know of some of these things. If you follow the LMP page, for example, when the police inspector general visits the street to conduct traffic or to serve as a traffic police, what you observe, the LMP page will have that information posted 2 days or 1 day after the RG appears at that area. And so that tells you how the information system, the communication system like at the LMP. Madam Clerk, she leveled too many allegations today. One of them is she received the letter on today. The letter was prepared and hand delivered to her office on yesterday, but then she received the letter today, and at that moment, she was asked to deliver everything she had in her possession that was given to her by the LMP, including materials she purchased herself. And so she brought the materials, she presented them to the HR as she was instructed to, because, like Mr. Pewee said, in a professional administration, if you want to call the person, have an in-depth discussion with the person, tell the person the reasons you relieving them of their post and why you're assigning them to another area, and look and observe whether the person is going to be proactive in that position you're going to assign them in, or not, or they're not going to be proactive, whether they serve, whether they have experience, knowledge in that position or not. But I must admit, from my own perspective, from what I've seen, from what I've witnessed, from what I know, if there is going to be more proaction in the LMP communications department, other than what Madam Cecilia Clerk did as the communications director for the LMP, I don't think that's going to be possible. Like Mr. Pewee said, there have been claims also that Sam Collins has been the one undermining her. In fact, he's the reason why they dismiss or they relieve her of her post. She, at the end of the time, resigned from the LMP, from the police force. I want to believe that she has been facing internal issues. At some point in time, she was inactive for 6 months because she went to Ghana for treatment. She woke up one morning, she could not feel one of her side, and that caused her to go to Ghana for 6 months. She's been experiencing too many things at the LMP that have not been disclosed. And like just a typical example, when one information comes out, you start observing that the rest of the other information will start to come out. So as the information comes out, trust us, we're going to have it uploaded on the page, and we're going to make sure these information are being verified and they are true, because like I told someone just a few days ago, the closing argument want to make sure that it is up to date in providing accurate and balanced, credible information. So that's my take on the police spokesperson's resignation today. She wasn't dismissed from the LMP, but she was relieved from her post, and due to dissatisfaction, like Mr. Gayman said, they're taking you from 12th grade to bring you down to ABC. And so he said it because you think you're more qualified than the ABC class they're putting you in. So there's no need to be there at that point in time. It means the people does not need your service. So it's better you leave. So that's what she did. She said she's resigning, and she resigned from the LMP. That means she's no more part of the LMP. She's not an officer in the LMP. She gave her badge. She gave the radio. She gave uniform she bought herself, according to her, to the LMP. So that's what I have to say about the police spokesperson issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, do us a favor, share this show. You are hearing it from the reporter assigned at the LMP. He is fair. He's a journalist. He does what he has to do. He reports what he sees. And we take it from there. We report and you decide. Let me work on the Dr. Peabody. There have been a lot of news in Liberia. We discussed the famous case from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Justice Nyenwolo overturned commercial court order status quo preserve Sprimex versus LPRC. So Musability and Sprimex had a bigger victory today at the Supreme Court.
But again, going back to my previous conversation.
Let's mute.
Going back to my previous conversation yesterday, somebody quickly.
Yeah. Mr. Don, can you mute?
Myean?
Okay. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
Like going back to my previous conversation yesterday. Good to see everybody, man. Good to see everybody. Mr. Nagbe, Sylvester, Myean, and Anthony. Good to see everybody. Mr. Gayman as well. But based on my previous conversation, this government has a record of ignoring Supreme Court rules. So I hear that LPRC said they were going to file again, appeal the decision, and all of that. So today the rule of law was really exhibited here. But now let's see whether this government of President Joseph Boakai, who ran on the mantra of respecting the law and all of that, will honor the Supreme Court decision. I'm still waiting for them to have sent a letter since Dr. Myean was clear to go back to work. I'm still waiting. They should have come out within the next day or the next 24 hours to say something. They have said nothing. And now the other victory today again, they will try to ignore it and do what they want to do. So the government, I'm not sure, Supreme Court ruled today, but I'm not sure whether this government will respect the rule of law. I mean, what they're going to do? They are not coming to say anything. But I think today is a good day for chairmanability because in the first place, what LPRC was doing was illegal, and the Supreme Court failed to honor this, to hold up to the status quo. I mean, the lower court, and that's why we see everything is going to Supreme Court, because you got these lower court who are so compromised. I mean, and just want to take fast decision based on quick dime. At the end of the day, and then from the Supreme Court. So let's see whether the government will adhere to the law or what the rule of the Supreme Court today and see how far they'll move on.
Great. Honorable Nagbe, a win is a win, is a win, is a win. As we say in the United States, this is a big win. It's a black eye to those who are fighting the rule of law. Our Supreme Court has ruled that you cannot basically tell somebody that they have pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. So you cannot compel the person to go to arbitration, but then you vacate the power that compels that person to negotiate in good faith. This is where we are talking about. If you say A is so, then let's go back. If the decision was wrong in the first place, let's go back to status quo. Because when we are going to arbitration, we go to arbitration to negotiate in good faith. And the Supreme Court, the lower court, did not do that. Your take on this issue?
Yeah. Look, to quote Musa's ability and his minority at the House of Representatives, the law is the law. The law is very clear. This government just, in most instances, chooses to ignore what the law is. And in his letter to from Seleke Kromah, I think on the weekend that Justin Yezan Opa Prophet Q was sent to jail, he argued, Musa Ability did, that of the three branches of government, the judiciary seems to be the only one that is at least functioning with some modicum of decency and credibility. And I think the recent cases that are coming out of the Supreme Court, I think are affirming that. Dr. Peabody just alluded to the tenure case with Dr. Dopoh Chris Young. I think the justice was very clear that the government erred. They misapplied their authority by removing, without cause, a tenured official of government. The Shremek case is another one. When you're going to arbitration, why were they going to arbitration? Because Musa Ability and Shremek have filed an injunction on the LPRC. Of course, while the arbitration process was ongoing, the LPRC proceeded to arrest and take seize of the tank farm and other facilities belonging to Shremek. That in itself would have rendered the whole arbitration process meaningless, right? Because you have an issue, the parties, they go to arbitration to try to resolve outstanding issue. You can't have the issue ongoing and then you go ahead and execute the very action for which you are going for arbitration. Then the whole process is meaningless. And this is what Justice Jim Seleke is arguing. And I don't see how anybody can find that to be questionable. So they're taking appeal. Yeah, they will be disappointed again. I can predict that appeal will not get them what they're seeking. I think it's clear that ShrimpX will continue to perform its services that like before. The ruling said they should return to status quo ante, meaning they should go back to where they were before this whole process began. So I like to congratulate the Supreme Court. At least there is some degree of transparency here, some degree of credibility here that we still have in our government. When the other two branches have clearly failed, the executive has failed us. They continue to behave at will, completely ignoring what the rules are, what the law is. The law is the law, and they know the law. They have lawyers in this government, but they just choose to flex their muscle. Why? Because they're strong. They are the presidency. They are the executive. They have the power, and they will resolve every matter with a hammer. They will pull a hammer to the head of every matter instead of painstakingly going through what the law prescribes. And so they will continue to be rebuffed. They will continue to be embarrassed. The justice was right. So we'll see where the appeal is going to go. But I can prejudge the result. They will fill in that process as well, because the law is very clear. The law is the law. Let me quickly talk about the police situation. I'm Brother Sylvester here making a point which may not be right. I mean wrong, but I refuse to accept that this is a reshuffle. When you reshuffle laterally. You don't demote people in a reshuffle. Then it is not a reshuffle. This one is arguing that she was demoted, that the assignment they gave her was beneath a previous position. She was the chief spokesperson of the police. They're assigning her to work with another person as the protocol person. That answer is a coffee maker for another person. That's why she's alleged.
That is incorrect. She's been reassigned to be the head of the protocol section.
Yes,
but you're just working with somebody. You were head of the department.
She will have to report to the person who would be.
Thank you. So that answer is a demotion. And quickly, I think care should be taken here. Where we're pushing for gender balance here. There aren't that many women executives in the security sector. Yeah, Minister of Defense and the chief spokesperson. A lot of us were proud of this lady. I don't know her. I mean, I don't know, but this smacks of discrimination that she's alleging, and I hope she will sue. I think she shouldn't just quit. She should sue them and let the judges tell them again they're wrong for the way in which they handle this matter.
Great. Honorable Pewee, the Supreme Court is tying herself into knots, trying to rehabilitate her image from having several black eyes, and from you and from me and from many other folks. Let me read this real quick, that you can add to both of them. Today, Yaka Koluba wrote on his page, he said the Chief Justice of Liberia, who has the judiciary, is supposed to remain independent and impartial, but the Chief Justice is greedy and benefiting personally from contracts by giving his hotel in Nima County, Peace Hotel, for the Liberian National Bar Association Convention, which was held in 2023, 2024, and 2025. This is a conflict of interest and corruption in the highest level by the Chief Justice, who is allegedly evicting Liberians from their homes for foreigners just to get rich. Then he went on to say, to get rich, the judiciary must be political and financial. He said the judiciary must be above political and financial influence. Liberians who are building homes and businesses deserve equal opportunity, not a system that appears to favor few individuals at the top. The movement we have been waiting for is almost here, he said. The National Bar Association, he published the itinerary, he published the information. He said on November 30th, 2025, on my birthday, the Liberian Bar Association sent out a bull. Said, attention, legal professionals. The movement that we have been waiting for is almost here. The Liberian Bar Association Annual Conference 2025 is convening soon. Join us under the critical theme, strengthening the rule of law, the lawyer's role in restoring republic or the public trust. Date, November 4th through the 7th, 2025. Venue, Peace Empire Hotel, Ganta City, Nimba County. This is what Yeka Kolba is saying, that he said the system is rotten. So with all this being going on, it is another maneuver for one person to save face and say we are doing the right thing, or this is a facade. You are muted.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Let me pivot a little bit quickly back to what we're discussing. Mr. Nagbe was saying that, it's not everything Mr. Nagbe will have to run to court on. Listen, so Madam Clark was not demoted. She was going to head the International Affairs Bureau, the position that Sam Collins headed as head of the International Affairs Bureau, and that office report directly to the Office of the Police, the Inspector General, and her salary were going to be the same, her rank the same. So they didn't demote her per rank. They didn't change salary. She was going to head the International Affairs Bureau, of course, the chief protocol person of the Liberian National Police. So she was heading the section, not reporting to any other person. I just got that clarification quickly, so I thought to provide it here. Now, quickly, as per what Yeka, and as a matter of information here, the Empire Hotel, how they call it, in Gompa City is owned by the Chief Justice. Yes, it's owned by the Chief Justice. I can. It's owned by the Chief Justice. So they have it all the same. You see, and you see, when we say these things, people, I think you're right, Mr. Gayman, if you said they're trying to get it right now to change some things and other things. It's just the surface that they try to change things because the public are crying, and some are going to persist on these things, right? And the record will have to move straight forward. And I'm getting a lot of information today. I'm putting most of them on my computer, and I'm using this as part of the exhibit. My communication I'll be sending to some major institution here to help us put some very effective measures moving forward. If you were to go through Mr. Nagbe and the folks on the place, Dr. Peabody, you found out that most of the workshop training sections being held by the Supreme Court in recent time, or other major government institutions, was pushed through the Chief Justice Hotel, the Empire area there. They will go do everything, even before now. The last cabinet retreat President Weah had outside of the city, it was in Ganta also, that was held at the same area at the time, and he was leveraging his influence with that administration on all the things. So listen, we all just have to sit and push back here. And probably he will have to divert or say, can he sell this? Even he would give it to present this property to his wife. He will still use his influence to get them some undue business influence and other things that will come to tap into some of those things. We as people, we often want to understand, if you play the role as a Chief Justice or as a member on the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court bench, you have to live above those kind of NIC, to those kind of financial things, or trying to use some undue influence, right, to get things directed to your own personal interest. This is dangerous. It doesn't serve us right as people. Were we to engage in this kind of a thing moving forward, it's important to try to do the right thing. If we cannot do the right thing moving forward, trust me, it's going to be a serious problem. Now, today the Honorable Supreme Court rule, if it was streamers, gas, and the rest of that, and that they will have to revert to status quo. Well, we look forward to that. And now, my information I'm reading, there are a lot of other cases that even Mr. Benedict got over there from different areas also. Some cases relating to different, that same farm thing issue. We look forward to the cases coming up gradually, and the court will do what the court was meant to do. If the court is doing what the court was meant to do, trust me, we wouldn't be sitting here doing this thing. But if the court will put someone in jail for 6 months for causing the Chief Justice man, then the major things that are there, the court cannot do. So probably, and someone just sent me a video said they saw the Chief Justice one other time, some years back, causing somebody man. So we should remind the Chief Justice, hey, you go to jail. The message, I haven't seen that. The message I got a video, the message he was sending a video, the message said, hey, man, yeah, we're back. The man told me, man, the man called my old man, so she didn't go to jail.
Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. So the man saying, the man saying, I told the man this, that. So that is an issue that we ought to understand and do very, 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 very effectively. But it's quite unfortunate. I think on a serious note, the court should go and do what the court is out to do the Liberian Poor job. If those cases from the lower court of record, those cases got some procedural flaw, go through them as the Supreme Court, as the Justice in Chambers just did. Review it. If you find any other thing, you take the appropriate action. That's what the court is for. The court is not there for sentimental feelings. Come on. No.
Yes, the court should stick with the law and not be sentimental. Dr. Peabody, I was wondering why the Supreme Court have not called Yeke Koluwa. Yeke Koluwa lay it out, facts, the itinerary, the calendar events, the address, time, place. He lays out everything. He says this is against the law. The Chief Justice should not be involved in commerce. And not only that, but he's member of the he's the supervisor of the bar. To have the bar do business with him, it looks so bad. It makes no sense, Dr. Peabody.
Well, the Gilbert, people have said over and over how rampantly corrupt this Chief Justice is. This man has been indicated in accepting bribes for people on different cases. We see that. So it's not strange for this Chief Justice for what Yeke said. You're not going to do anything to Yeke because Yeke has said the fact. This man was only married with Prophet Key because Prophet Key think Prophet Key cussed his mom. So they were not persecuting Prophet Key based on corruption and stuff like that. They think Prophet Key cussed his mom. And other people got emotional about it, and everybody else got emotionally, and they use emotion instead of the law. That's what we use. But it is proven that this Yami Mercer guy is a notorious corrupt guy. You know, I was disappointed when President Bouakai appointed him to be Associate Justice. I was very disappointed because you don't play with the law of the land. I mean, you need some a Chief Justice or Associate Justice should be somebody who are really a scholar of the law, who really know. This guy can really. What kind of professional law journal has this man written? Can anybody point to me that this man wrote a professional journal, law journal, stuff like that? They just put this guy there, and he just is like T.O. Not a guy like Philip Banks, not like Johnny Louis and other people there. Nimari Wanda and others who are so smart in that country. And you take a guy who had a tinted record and sent him to the highest court of the land. How can Liberia ever get out of this? You know, so you embarrass ourselves. That's why he's sitting there and making money. Every judicial conference or meeting they're having, he recommends a hotel because he get a heavy cut from it. Liberian people are sitting there. This man will not do anything in the Supreme Court. Maybe James, I thought what call it. They may be doing great, but this guy won't do anything. This guy is corrupt. I don't care what people say. He is very, very corrupt, and that's why we're seeing him, Prophet Key, in jail today because they put the wrong person there. He's not there for the law. He's there for corruption, rampant corruption.
Let me welcome the queen. I love that finger wave. How you doing there, Sarah? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I want to say hi to everyone.
So that's the name of the hairdo? I didn't know. Oh, okay.
Mr. Gayman, no let him money you.
Don't matter. The man in Philadelphia, he's not in Florida, so you know nothing.
He know anything. Oh, God. Thank you guys for the show. Thank you for the platform. Thanks to our folks in the comment section following. I was, rushing to work, rushing. I said I gotta be on the show today. So I came home and I said, let me get on. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah. I'm following. Yeah.
Great. We say here the House Summer Security Chief over National Fuller Security Report.
Jerome.
Yes.
Just a second before you move on, I just want to remind Dr. Peabody that Justice West's claim right now is that he is the sole dissenter in the COFA removal case in favor of the government. I think that's the only thing. That's the only thing that got him in the Supreme Court. You know, you want to know his achievement. That's the only thing I can point to.
Well, I don't know about it. You got serious issue going on in our country that really needs somebody to interpret the law the right way, and you got a joke sitting right there and don't know what he's doing. He's just enjoying the movement because he I don't know, because they want to vote for Nima Kante or whatever and stuff like that, and you put somebody like that there. It's a shame for Liberia. It's a disgrace for Liberia.
Right. Well, while we're on the Supreme Court, there's an editorial. It says here, a critic, and the Constitution, why the Prophet Key case is bigger than one man. That is from a great lawyer and observer. He said Liberia is once again having a serious conversation about the rule of law. Mm-hmm. Not because of an election dispute, not because of corruption charges, but because a clash between a talk show host and the Supreme Court. Justice Opa Yezen, popularly known as Prophet Key, insulted the accused Chief Justice of being corrupt on social media. The court summoned him, held him in contempt, and sentenced him to 6 months in jail. Since then, the country has been divided into two loud camps. One side says you cannot insult the highest court in a land that expects no consequences. The other side said you cannot go to prison for criticizing public officials in a democracy. Both sides believe they are defending the rule of law. The truth is, this issue runs deeper than one individual. It is about how democracy treats power and how power responds to criticism. Why courts must be protected. Every society governed by law gives its court the authority to punish contempt. Without the power, court orders will be carry little weight. Contracts will lose meaning. Criminal litigation will be ignored, and even election could be difficult to resolve peacefully. And he went on to say, a court authority does not come from the police power alone. It rests on the public confidence that the law must be obeyed and the law must protect the folks. But who are those that are making the law? The power of the justices come from the people, and the people need to be protected. In this case, today, like we said earlier, today is Prophet Key, and people are clapping. But those that gave the Supreme Court the power, the people, are becoming the victim in this. So this is what we are saying. You can be on one side, you are defending, both of you are saying you are defending the rule of law. But if Prophet Key accused the Supreme Court, in addition to cursing his mom, why leave out one side of the case?
That's a big question.
And find him guilty on only one side, the side that favors you. But let me go to the police. Let me go to the police department here. The House has summoned the security chiefs, that is joint security, over the Fuller security reports. Now let's look at this. This is getting serious in this country. Capitol Hill, Monrovia, Liberia House of Representatives has summoned the Minister of Justice, the Director of National Security Agency, and the Inspector General of Police to appear before plenary amid rising concerns over a group identifying itself as fuller national security of Liberia or development. Lawmakers say raises questions about possible emergence of a parallel security structure outside of state security. The decision follows separate communication from Bapolo County District 2, Representative Luther Sandy Collins, and Montserrat County District 9, Representative Ty Wongbe, after video circulated widely on social media appearing to show dozens of men assembled in coordinated formation under the group's name. Legislators say the matter goes beyond community initiated and touches a core constitutional principle. The state alone exercises legitimate security authority under Liberia's legal framework. Internal security responsibilities are vested exclusively in legal constituted national institutions. Any organized group performing security style activity without authorization, therefore, warrants scrutiny. The government ordered immediate halt. The summer comes day after the Ministry of Justice ordered an immediate suspension of all activities associated with this group, stating that no permit, registration, or operational approval have been granted. So here we are. We are now into a serious territory where the spokesperson for the Republic of Liberia, Madam Kula Fofana, differs with her own government. So the question here is, as a government official at the highest level, you speak for the government, you speak for the nation. At what point do you say, I'm going to take out their hat today and I'm going to speak not for the government, but for someone else? So here we are, Honorable Pewee, and let me go to the CMC Secretary General here, Victor Nagbe. This is strange. The official spokesperson of the country says she has other opinion other than what the country stands for, but in her private capacity. Where have you heard this? Where have you seen it? Where's the precedence in this?
Yeah, nowhere. First of all, the microphone that she has right now, right? The podium she's using. I mean, before January 23rd, I think, 2023 or 24. I don't think more than 20 people knew who Kula Fofana is. And this is no disrespect intended to her. I didn't know who she was until she became the presidential press secretary. So I find it difficult to distinguish her as a person from Kula Fofana, the press secretary, to the president. So I don't even think she would have written an opinion on this case if she did not have the microphone that's been given to her by the presidency. So I think that claim is mistake number 2 that I think she has made in this matter. I think coming out on the side that she did, I think undermines her position. It undermines the government security apparatus as well. She needs to really pull back and think seriously about these things. She is not, contrary to what she thinks, she's not just any other ordinary citizen anymore. She is a government official and a member of the executive, the branch of government. She's part of the presidency. So when she speaks, she carries that weight of the presidency behind her. So I differ with her on this matter. I think she's still trying to find her bearing. I can understand she's probably trying to make a case for these people who are trying to organize themselves. But as I maintained yesterday on this platform, security in the country is the work of the government. unless you are giving clearance, by the Minister of Justice to set up private security apparatus, then of course, but to claim persecution, what did she say? They are like the acolytes, in the acolytes, I believe that's the right word, ushers in the church. I think that's wrong. It is not the same comparison at all. I mean, when I go to church, somebody help me to find seat. Is you call that a security person? The church has security. They have people who are manning the fence and stuff at night, and they're the security of the church. So I think she is really playing around with this issue. If she's not careful, it could snowball into something really troubling for her. If I were advising her, which I'm not, I would tell her to pull back a little bit and take a break off this issue. I think she's saying enough on it.
Madam Dopoh, there's a segment of Liberian society that is saying she has abdicated her duty and position. She should be fired. She should be relieved of her position. There is no way she can speak for the nation on national security issue privately.
You're talking about the press secretary, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. And you know what? For some reason, I stand to be corrected, but I just feel that this government is fully aware of what she's doing, and they endorse it for political reason. That's my feeling, and I'm saying that's just how I feel. And why would she be brave enough to support a group outside of the security, system of our country? Why would she be brave to do that? We have never seen this before. This is unprecedented. We've never seen this before. And besides that, like I said, I don't know, but I posted in the chat room about another small group that they already established in Foya. I posted it in the chat room. These little groups that are coming up, producing, they're calling themselves military to do this, to do that. My gut feeling is telling me they are all the works of the Unity Party government for 2029. That's my feelings. I stand to be corrected on that, but that's my feeling. Why would they be doing that? These are cells that they're going to use come 2029. So it is upon the legislature to summon them, to find out what exactly they are doing this for, because our country, our democracy needs to be protected. Our country is the peace of our country is very fragile. It needs to be protected from all of these things. If you know you're doing the right thing for the Liberian people, don't be timid, don't be afraid. Do what is right for the Liberian people, and when that time comes, they will keep you in power. But to be creating all these small things, it is worrisome. So yes, I support those that say she needs to be relinquished of her job. I support that. That is way outside of her functions. Way outside of her functions. She's a member of the community, but if you need security, call the people that are responsible to give you security. You don't have to endorse a group to come and form a military group or subgroup of what we have already in the country. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. And I support those who say she should go, because it seems like she don't know what she needs to do for the country. She need to go. Thank you.
Let me welcome Chief Tomalin George.
My own vice sister, but I think she got to go.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, it's good to be on a closing argument. I want to say also
I'm from Cape Man.
All the other panelists.
This woman from every country. Yeah, go ahead, man.
It's good to
I can ring the vibe when someone said.
Rest of the panelists. I think we are talking about things. We're discussing the issues that matter to the Liberian people, and so let us continue to discuss it.
Great. So while you're here, let's touch on the national security issue here.
Mr. Gayman, can I briefly say something?
Yes.
No.
Okay. This is what I was talking about. I don't know what you guys saw in the chat room.
Oh, not seeing what you showing us.
What are you showing?
That's another group. That's another group in Foya.
That's an old group, you mean?
This is an old group?
Yeah,
that election period there.
Yeah, election 100 strong men. Yeah, I saw that. Tomalin George.
I'll be checking the fight there.
Yeah.
I do not see Caroline 11, the the White House press secretary coming on national TV and say, I disagree with Trump on what's going on in Iran, but it's my personal opinion. Does that girl deserve to be on that job still?
Before you continue before you end your question, the day Caroline said that she out.
She will be out in the next second.
Out.
In the next minute, she will be out.
They will arrest her right at the podium and drag her out of there. Yeah. Tomalin, we are talking about national security. National security. We're not talking about counter me. We're talking about national security. And the woman said she gave an opinion. Some folks are saying she is bidding for the president. The president is tacitly allowing these groups. Or if not, then she had gone against the grain and should be fired. What your take on this?
Well, Mr. Gayman, you know, what I've observed from this government, this UP government, is that somebody will tell them today, they believe that the president is not in control of his government. I get them to believe that too. People are doing their own thing. It's like they're drawing circles around him, and everybody can just say something. And there's issue where the vice president and some official of government, they're not on the same page. Some people, some cabinet ministers, and they're all having their own beef for each other. And all these people, the press secretary, she's in a mansion, she sees what's happening, she hears what, she eyewitness what's happening, she knows what's going on there. So everybody feel they can make their own comment. But in the long run, we'll come back to haunt this government if they continue in this trend. Right now, again, it's just that the opposition, you know, that's supposed to be holding the government feet to the fire. They're not using the tools they have to their convenience. Like you saw what happened today. The judge, this boy they call Kehleboe Gongloe Garcia. Now he one of the judge that told him to Trump to lead the man on the time for his criminal case. Okay, they mentioned when they sent to African countries, they want to send to places that he want to go. But the judge ruled that he should leave this man until the criminal case starts. So the same thing, we can utilize the system because the judicial system is the bedrock to protect our democracy in any country. But even though it's true that the judiciary in Liberia is compromised, I mean, for all indication we see it, but yet and still, like the case they were just talking about, and then the Torgbean case. So there are some people who on our bench that know that they have the legacy at stake, the credibility at stake. So sometimes they will stand up for the right thing. But with this issue, the opposition, everybody should be calling on the president to resign. Right now in America, you see, the pressure is on the president that that Christian Norm should resign, Pam Bonnie should resign. They're on the pressure, and it's going to get worse. If President Trump continues to see his numbers plummeting, he will, knowing Trump, one day you come and say, well, I accepted the resignation of my Attorney General, I accepted the resignation of my Homeland Security Secretary, because the public views already weighing. So all these people that are making these kind of comments, and I'm surprised that Kula is somebody that I know very well, but I'm disappointed in her comment. I don't think it was appropriate. I think she should have thought it wise, thought through it before making such a comment. But again, where will it go? People have been criticizing it, but she have not shown no remorse to say I would take back my statement, or I would try to clean it up. So that's where we are as a country. You know, it's sad, very sad.
Mr. Gayman, let me come in. My battery is dying. I don't know.
Yeah, come in.
Can I come in?
Yeah, please.
So thank you. Like again, I also report from the House of Representatives. on Tuesday's section, what triggered the invite of all security apparatus, including the Joint Security, the AFL, the police, the immigration, the rest of them. The appearance, I think it should be on tomorrow or next Tuesday, is from a letter that was submitted by two representatives, Honorable Luther Collins of Cape Mount and Honorable Tawumbi of Nimba County. So in recent time, we've been seeing on social media, the Fula community have decided to establish their own national security force, quote unquote, to protect Fulanis during the fast month or the fast period. But what I want to say concerning Madam Fofana's statement is, the first thing, leadership comes with responsibility, and there's some post or there's some position where you occupy. Every statement you utter, everything you say, I don't care whether it reflects the better or reflects the bad. Every statement you say, once you are in certain position, it means that entity is responsible for your statement. In fact, everyone in that entity is aware of your statement. And up to now, the information minister hasn't come out to refute or to ask the press, the press woman for the president to either take down the statement or give some information about or give some insight about her statement. But I think the rightful thing to do is to come back to the public, the same public she came to a few days ago, and said that in fact it is right that the Fulanis establish their own national security force for water protection or whatsoever. And again, if you consider yourself to be a national organization, most especially for security reasons, as a security personnel or security personnel, you should have been registered with the government of Liberia. And I think there's not even a need to establish a Fulani security force. There are other influential Fula people that lives in Liberia. Why not establish your own private security frame, register under the government of Liberia, and just voluntarily offer your security frame to protect the Fulanis during prayer time, then causing chaos for yourself, causing yourself to come to public ridicule. So there should be appearing the people responsible for Liberia's protection should be appearing at the House of Representatives to address this issue that is very important, that is very cardinal, because if it is not addressed, trust me, few weeks from now, you will see the minor security force coming up, you will see the Kwele security force coming up, you will see the Loma and the Bandi security forces coming up, because there are some things that government need to take action against. And I see no reason, I see no significance of us, because I want to consider every one of us to be Liberian, creating another national security force when we have the LMP that can protect us, when we have the army forces that can protect us, when we have the immigration that can protect us, when we have too many security apparatus that are operating on the Justice Ministry that can protect us. What else protection do we need to just to pray? Just to pray. In fact, what threat does it pose to you for praying? There's no one attacking anyone in Liberia for praying. You can pray anytime. Anytime you can pray. No one attacks you.
Chocolate also biscuit.
Yeah. So once they appear, we normally go live from the section. So when the apparatus appear, we'll go live, and it's going to be live on the closing argument page, and we'll urge all of our followers to follow either tomorrow section or Tuesday. But I should get it correct. When I get it, I'll put in the comment sections for the credibility. Thank you.
Mr. Gayman, beautiful point, very beautiful point by Anthony that he just made. I mean, we don't have any fight in Liberia between Fulani, Muslim, and anybody in that country. We have always lived together peacefully since the senseless war that came and all kind of stuff was going on. But Muslim, Christians, and everybody have always lived together peacefully. Why are you leading to establishment of a Fulani force in that country? If the people are not careful in that country, we will go back to previous days of war, because when one group is forming another militant group to protect their people, it sounds like there's something going on, or there's some kind of plan that is going on, and one day we'll get up and we'll hear something different, either a coup d'etat or either something happening in our country. So those people who sitting there and just talking and not really taking action, they better do something, because you don't know whether these people are armed, you don't know whether they have weapon already in the country and all of that. I don't think it should be taken lightly. It should not be taken lightly, because we haven't seen anybody go up to our Muslim brothers and sisters mosques to say they're causing chaos or trying to kill somebody or trying to attack them in the mosques, and that will lead to them forming. If people there have the personal security, that is fine. But when you talk about different forces that are coming up, that's something Liberia, the government, other people need to really seriously, because the next thing you wake up one morning and hell break loose right in Monrovia, and then Liberia go back to the dark days that's still struggling, that they have never recovered from. We'll go right back to
it. We got here the editor. There's a great editorial here, written by our local newspaper. It says security cannot wear tribal hats or tribal colors. And it went on to say here, that is why the emergency of a group style itself, the national food security of Liberia, must not be treated as a routine community dispute or dismissed as a mere social media noise. It is a governance question. It is a constitutional question. And above all, it is a national stability question. Videos circulating online show men drilling information under the ethnically defined banner, raising legitimate public concern about whether Liberia is witnessing the birth of a security structure outside of the state command. The Ministry of Justice has promised a response. That response cannot be delayed, diluted, or diplomatic to the point that it becomes meaningless. The state silence is already creating a vacuum. The history teaches us that vacuum around security matter quickly is filled with fear. Liberia's security architecture is not by accident. It was rebuilt after the conflict precisely to ensure one particular principle. The monopoly of food belongs to the Republic of Liberia and to the government alone. Community watch groups may exist, private security companies may operate, but no one organization along an ethnic line or ethnic identity or resemble a national authority in structure, appearance, or command. This is not about the Fula people. It must never become about the Fula people. Liberia Fula community is woven deeply into our commerce, trade networks, and local economies. Turning a legal question into an ethnic confrontation will be reckless and dangerous. Yet, the opposite error, pretending ethnicity is relevant, when it is explicitly used in the name of a security formation, will be equally irresponsible. The issue is neither ethnicity nor community safety. The issue is legitimacy and national security. The security body branded around tribe, regardless of intention, alter public perception immediately. It signals allegiance before citizenship. It suggests protection may be selective, and it risks encouraging imitations around the country. Today, one group, tomorrow another, until the country quietly drifts away toward fragmentation in authority. Former Senate Security Committee Chair Steve Zago is correct to raise the alarm. Private security entities exist to complement state security, never to mirror the state security, and certainly never to be a rival, to be the opposition to the state security. Honorable Pewee, you are there. This is a great editorial.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, yesterday I took some time off to give a little history about as to why we had to go to we went to Accra for the comprehensive peace accord that brought total peace back to the country. So if you were to again see some of those documentation, and part of the way the comprehensive peace accord unfolded in terms of the security sector reform. Things that people, the Liberians, were greatly afraid of was for us to not come back to the dark days of the country. Remember, we have different kind of warring factions, and all of the warring factions, armed groupings, and other things, they were disbanded from the CPA, the Comprehensive Accra Peace Agreement. That disbandment at the time was meant to structurally, completely overhaul and reconstruct the security sector. And part of that was even the military. The military was also factionalized, and that's one of the reasons that led to the disbandment of the OAFL, and to the extent that the first phase of the development of the new military, we didn't even have our own chief of staff for 2 years. We had a Nigerian general, Abu Raham, had to come and was appointed by on a special agreement with the Nigerian government at the time, President Obasanjo and that of President Sirleaf. He was appointed for 2 years to be the chief of staff of the new Liberian army. The reason behind that was building a new army. Most of those officers didn't reach the rank to be chief of staff. So they were going through the structural arrangement so that they were acquired through the major regimentation via the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ. So they set all of those things out. They set the issue about the police, and they brought the room that this time around the AFL, we only have a high school graduate, and it should be geographically balanced in terms of the 15 political subdivision of the country. So a lot of reasons contributed to that. And then we did all of those things. Now we come in again the need of the fuller protection forces. Then you have the press secretary to the president, not only supporting that, saying, yeah, the government is no, the president is supporting this. Because if you are the president's spokesperson and you're supporting that, listen, you cannot be the president's spokesperson. And it's just like, and that's one of the reasons the president is not in charge of the country. This is troubling. And if the president is not in charge of a country and the country is governed by more than 2, 3, 4, 5 presidents, it's a dangerous precedent that we ought to not overlook today. If you have this kind of a thing and imagine to tell us that the government is not in charge. This information came to the public via other concerned Liberian citizens. It didn't come from the intelligence network of the government. The police didn't know about it because the police spokesperson statement said we are investigating according to social media posts. That's unfortunate. The NSA that should do everything does not have any clue whatsoever. They are clueless on this issue, right? So, and the national security advisor to the country, he just there involved in politics. The national security advisor, Kofi, who is there undermining all the other people, putting them, seeking his own interest to do these things. So, listen, the country is loosely governed.
I thought that man was an advocate before.
He calls a human rights lawyer, but he's one of those that undermines Steve Zago to remove Steve Zago to immigration and the other thing. He's there setting his own set of things that are unfolding. So the national security advisor himself is a given that should be briefing the Liberian people as to the security status for our country. Himself is there now involved in politics. He's clueless about what is happening in the country. Imagine you having people getting trained in military style regalia. Exhibiting those regalia, those military regalia. And training and chanting belligerent songs. Those belligerent style of behavior. The Malaysia way of operating.
Yep.
So you say you have a constituted government elected, but you have belligerent style way of behaving, the Malaysia way of behaving, this factional way of behaving. It's troubling for the country. Mm-hmm. And then loose group of people can tap onto that and push more insecurity into the country. Because the country is weak in terms of gathering intelligence. The country's security structure does not even exist to detect potential national security threat. These are one of the major things for the quickly here for the press secretary of the president of Kamara and said this. You have proliferations. If we were to encourage the proliferation of these different groups, we undermine our own security. It's bad. Even the community vigilantes have been discouraged. Yeah, that's one of the reasons at the time the police engage. We have to engage this to what we call community policing to discuss with some of these community chairs and other things to discuss this line. So I mean, this is totally not good. That editorial is well penned, and I think the person that did this it should not be on the basis of tribal lane. We've been having some deep sense of tribal turmoil in that country. It's about time that we raise tribal sentiments and come back to patriotism, nationalism in the name of protecting the country.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me welcome Seleke. Welcome, Chief. Welcome. I know I would say Ed Mubarak. You started the event today or yesterday?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. We started today.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
How many days did you going for?
To March 8th. They got a ways to go. It just started, so
only one day.
I want to find out this, Seleke, before you continue. This because now you can some people start on the other side, the other people start the other day. So everybody started now?
Yeah, everyone start now. We will be ending March 18, not March 8th.
March 18th, okay. Oh, that was 30 days.
Yeah, it's 30 days, but when we see the moon before the 30 days, we'll bring the fast for 29 days.
Okay, so you know, I usually show up.
So when you see the moon before the fast.
Yeah, but I usually show up when you're breaking fast. That's when I like to fast. When you're breaking fast, that's when.
Sorry, Mr. Gayman. Just a few seconds before you go back to the politics. Before we see the moon, is it possible that I can see the moon in Saudi Arabia and you don't see the moon in Liberia?
No, we'll go back to Saudi Arabia now. Once they see the moon, that means.
Oh, that one Mecca, yeah.
Okay, that's the reason why I asked the question. Go ahead.
But Seleke,
Guy, yeah,
I ask the question, so.
Y'all don't make fun of other people's religion, though.
No, I know, right?
No, we try to learn something here. You said fun?
Yeah, but what?
Seleke, how you breaking fast for the day?
Go ahead, Seleke.
Of course, I'm a Bible
okay. So you don't fall down. That's what I'm saying. Okay, go ahead.
You know, also before the fast and so we can be a blessing to that fast.
When you're breaking in.
Yeah, when you contribute to the fast, to break on the fast is part of the blessing. Rest Seleke, you know what is it?
Yeah, sure. They see where everybody can kind of give to the Christian community.
Yeah, I want to say. I always give to my Muslim brother and sister
when I was in Buchanan, in Baza, when the people fasting, the group is small, but when they try to break fast, the whole year full. I know all the people are not Muslim, but
they come together.
Even I used to go there and eat. So all people, they just greet the people, just show and eat the people food. Seleke, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you so much.
Please give us some clarity here, because this security thing here, it is not an Islamic thing. It is specific to the Fulani. That's what confused me, because they were saying we will help all our Muslim brothers and sisters, but it says specifically to help the Fulani community. So I'm saying here, why so specific? You were doing good, right? And you got good neighbors, and you got security training. Why don't you help people at the churches, at the other mosques, Mandingo people, Vai people, whoever it is that needs help? Why specific to the Fula community? And I got my nephew, he's in Fula. I got relatives who are Fula. Nobody is calling, nobody is making any distinction that this is wrong. They should. It has nothing to do with who you are. In this particular way of doing it is just wrong. Your take on the issue, Seleke.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thanks again. Thanks to everybody. Good to be on the closing argument. So yes, I've seen this video circulate on the internet for the past few days. Just to make some clarity, it is not a group that is only protecting Fulanis. That is not the intent of the group. Yes, they are bearing that names, but that group has been in existence for more than 11 years. And so what they do, they kind of, whenever they're Islamic gathering, for example, there's an Islamic scholar called Mufti Megs. Yeah, sometimes we invite him to Liberia, and whenever he's coming, there's a big gathering, either at ATS or whatever the venue is scheduled to be. And these people, they've always kind of to kind of control the crowd. And whenever there is Ramadan, because remember that when we're going into the mosques, because when the Ramadan starts, from now to the first 20 days, everybody will be sleeping to your house, you'll be doing your prayer at the mosque. But the last 10 days, you have to sleep at the mosque. So that means you will be praying, for example, 12 midnight up to 3 in the morning. So many of the time people go to pray, the other Zogos, the other people, they will be going there to steal people things at the mosques and all of that. So that was the intent of putting this group together. So these people, they will be, protecting the different mosques, and the people who go to mosques are not only Fulanis. You have different tribes that go to the mosque to worship. So yes, they are carrying our name, which can be looked into to kind of verify and all of that, to make it more institutionalized and all of that. But to say it is a Fulani group, they are only protecting Fula people, I don't think that is correct. And this is where the press secretary came in, because she used to pray at a mosque in Central Monrovia before. And she's seen this group there before, protecting the mosques. And she has her own personal experience. That's what she was sharing. And even at the beginning of her post, she made it clear that she was speaking in her own individual capacity. But yes, I come in, Mr. Gayman. Let me in. Just so unfortunate that, especially, I don't know if it is the editorial that Myean sent today to the group that Sylvester was referring to. I feel like people are kind of trying to shift this whole thing, and which is fine. Because if you look at that video, the people who are even in that video, they're not even correct 25 people.
That's not the
Less
point.
than 20. You see? But we try to spin around and say, this is how Boko Haram started in Nigeria. These are terroristic acts and all of that. And even going as far as taking, of course, this is a debate on Facebook. Comparing the incident to Boko Haram in Nigeria.
No, Sirigi, there are two separate videos on the media right now. Two separate.
I come in now. The other video too that Myean posted today of photos taking missionaries, people who I was baby in Liberia there when those people, the white people used to come.
They are not missionaries, they are migrants. They are not missionaries.
Yeah, no, but people taking our photos and say they are the ones supporting our Fulani group.
We are not the one. No, you're getting it different. There was a media outlet that posted on the social media saying that there are some group from different countries, like why we see the others that happen in Nigeria. That's the same group that is coming. So we did our independent investigation. We came out that it's not. So that was the story that I posted in the chat room, and then the one about the Fulanis or the security you're talking about is quite different.
Okay. Now, Seleke, I see you have the talking point from the press secretary here, because exactly what she said. That's why you are saying a word for word here. Is it right for a vigilante group to be in the country outside of the national established law?
That's a whole different conversation.
No. I'm asking you.
I'm coming. For the police and the justice ministry to issue a statement that they're not aware of that group is even kind of shocking. And this is why the Fula governor posted, because they are aware of that group. So for them to post because different social media pundits are posting, disagreeing with the other, and then they come and distance themselves from the group. They are fully aware of that group. That group is not an illegal group.
No, it is illegal. No, Seleke, if the group is not registered legally, it is illegal. So don't say it's not an illegal group.
Let me just say this, Mr. Gayman.
You cannot compare that group to Boko Haram in Nigeria.
Pewee, you got next.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me just put it this way. I have no, and I cannot without evidence, and the level some of us will have to come with some empirical reasonings of base evidence before we ship and make some comparison here. I'm not doing that, linking it to Boko Haram whatsoever. But I want to take us back a little bit, Seleke, and it seems to be that you support this group and you knew about them, you support them. That is clear. It was just explained very well here about you. But that's not my problem. My problem here is that first and foremost, and that of the argument from the press secretary, the lazy argument from the press secretary, that this maybe she fell victim of certain things they didn't protect. At what point did this group of the Muslim community realize that they were under threat? Did you communicate this to the government that we not safe during the period of Ramadan or other thing? We do have a government. You cannot have a state within a state. Now, see the way they went about the military, vigilante, and Malaysia style and belligerent style of training. You saw that, right? The belligerent in a militant way of militant training. You have a government on the ground, then you have people doing those kind of a thing. Why listen, this is
so what is the threat? What is the threat to the country? What is the threat?
I'm coming there.
You are doing that.
This is a country that went through this is a country that went through a devastating war. We had groups like Unimo K, Unimo J, LPC, this, all those things. Those group warrior faction had tribal links. Now you write the Secretary General and say it's not only about the Fulani, it's about the Muslim community. Do you know how paranoid those from the Christian community to bring those kind of forces what will happen in the country? And that's the counter issue that nobody want to bring in national security. It's threatening the civility and the nerve of the security base of the country. Because the other community, when the other community get paranoid, then they start to bring sprinkler groups to say, okay, Christian defense force. Then the Jehovah Witness say Jehovah defense force. The Baha'i come and say Baha'i defense force. It's a combination and proliferation of these different forces will break the nerve of the coverage of national security, push the country to be very, very much insecure and pariah. And so that's the reason why we're saying, listen, you cannot do that. If you want to have, like in the churches, we have the acolytes, we have the ushers, that their responsibility is part of the biblical and clerical responsibility that they are trying to give to the church. They will think the ambit of the church and they execute those things. But to train them, you see them training a brigade way, and the video is trending. It's concerning. So my point is not this. I'm not afraid of any other things. Some of us, we grew up in a way something that will not be carried away by these things. We will not be intimidated or something. But there are other constrained groups, and that they even want to use this now to perpetrate other violent means we don't know. So for me, the government ought to, and the Ministry of Justice came out clearly and said that group is not recognized by the Ministry of Justice. Now, every major private security grouping we have in the country, the arrest of the penal code is very exhaustive in terms of the way security apparatus should operate. They are not there, and they've been there 11 years ago. So they've been operating surreptitiously and with some sinister motive. Because if the Ministry of Justice does not know about your functions, and then you telling us 11 years, there's some sinister motive here, and we have to go deeper beyond those kind of sinister motive that they've been operating. Because if the
so 11 years, they don't shoot a motive for 11 years.
Oh yeah, you can listen. Do you know how for plan when Charles Taylor was planning to bring war in Liberia, he did it 1 day, 2 days? No, when those guys came, the Special Forces Commando, there were 200.
The big issue that affected our country, we seem not to even be.
No, that's a major issue to national security. Is this today? You're coming quickly today. You are signed. I'm surprised today you signed now Kula Fofana. Now, you sign Ofula
because it's religious.
Yeah, you sign Ofula today on this one. Any other thing you would lambasta Kula Fofana, but today
So even if you rap on
that, this group they're talking about, they are not armed. First of all, they are not armed.
That's not the point.
I'm coming. Just yesterday, our Republican.
I saw you are not armed. Do you know they are not armed?
They are not armed.
Did you see that?
They are not armed.
Listen, we are told that when during the Ramadan, when they are deploying the net, most of them carry arms.
Why are you doing this?
But why do they need security protection? Have anybody catching them? Has anybody gone to the mosque?
Look at it. Look at the bullet holders.
Yeah. Look at the thing they're wearing.
Okay, man. Because you know something? The Muslim right?
That bulletproof vest.
I come in now. The people you see around the world, they are being targeted.
These are lethal forces.
So people are there to just provide body presence.
I didn't target too many. I didn't target
you.
Tomalin.
I didn't target
Tomalin. But no. Correction.
A member of your party yesterday. How you describe the Muslim? How you describe the people?
Listen, why you bring? We talk about specific issue. Let's talk about Liberia. Don't bring it because let me tell you this now. Guess what it did?
But Mr. Gayman, you talking about people that are brother.
Listen, they did the right thing, right? They went to the police and said we are having a Ramadan. The crowd is going to be with need protection.
I don't have a problem with that.
The police. They put. Listen to this. Tamalin George. Listen to what I'm saying, guys. I got the floor. The Muslim community went to the state and said we are going to be having large crowd. We need protection. The state turned around and sent enough police to protect them in and out what they are doing. That's the procedure. What's wrong with that? They did it right thing. Finally, when they found out that, well, maybe we didn't know. So now we're going to ask for police protection. The police detachment sent police there, like any other function here in the United States, anywhere. You have a big function, you want police, they bring you the police. So, guys, this is one that is indefensible. You cannot say, well, they're not planted, they wanted 19. Or they don't have
around people here. They think it's wrong.
We can move that as a country, you know.
Listen, Seleke, we all due respect. You cannot tell me that our country should be fragmented into small groups because they don't have arms. Tomorrow it will be the Bassa Defense Force, like Pewee said, and you want us to relegate, to abdicate the power of the state to fragmented groups.
But Mr. Gayman, please, just a second, please. Seleke said I saw him more today. I don't know for what reason, but let me go back a little bit and say this. Seleke, look at the training methodology here. They are using not for now.
You said you started with arms.
No, I didn't say I started with arms. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
How do you know they don't have arms?
I didn't say that. I said, how do you know they don't have arms? And I'm saying,
okay, why is the arm? These are the people. Why is the arm?
I'm coming. Yeah, you see those guys that they are using for now. We are seeing non-lethal. Both this kind of training will come with lethal and non-lethal forces, right? We are not seeing the lethal issues there. You see some of them carrying this bulletproof jackets, right? They carrying both lethal and non-lethal weapons. So these things, and some of them carrying batons and all of things. Batons and all online and the training corps and the hip, all those tactical training gears that one required to use as a paramilitary or rebel groups can use sometimes. If we see these things, that's my point. I say, how do we now know there's nothing sinister about this? And before the war, during Chancellor time, before the war, other thing, we found there were a lot of time that was listen, I don't want to sound inflammatory, if you will. And that's why we're not here to do that. But we're here to send the caution out there that what is happening here is wrong. The guys have been training the military style of training. This is not, if the Ministry of Justice knew about it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But the Ministry of Justice is not even know of this. So that's why I said probably there may be some sinister motive here.
That's what I agree. I agree. You know, look. Let us not start something
with me and Jack Klein, please.
With the Gayman, let us not start something that can't end. Since when we have not had any religious attack in that country where Christian was attacked, or our brothers from the other side, the Muslim were attacked. We've not had anything like that. Why are you forming a whole militant group to protect people during Ramadan? The government should provide that protection. These are the kind of things that bring about religious cleansing. These are things that bring about different religious groups start fighting.
I'm surprised you didn't support this stuff, though.
We have never had any issue like that in the country. And if you start in that, you find the next thing you're gonna have one hell break losing Maria on one morning, and then everybody be confused. Oh, how did it happen? How did it happen? I don't think it's necessary. We don't have a religious war in our country. Our Christians and the Muslims and Buddhists and Baha'i, they all get together very well. We shouldn't be starting that.
You want security, call the police. That's
okay. Listen, guys. We got a photo. The reason I'm keen on this because from the beginning of the report, the new republic.
You know that United Party police.
Okay, our new republic. Please show that picture where I was standing with Jack Klein, so I can show you how some of us have put a lot of time.
People in that town, they say, "Well, Jack Klein know you."
There you go. So what I'm saying here is we have been fighting this battle for a long time to bring this country to stand on its feet.
Myean bring out Jack Klein picture now. Yeah, what the
That's not Jack. That's Reverend Jackson. That's not what I'm looking. But anyway, I pay tribute to Reverend Jesse Jackson. That's Reverend Jackson. Right, there you go. Make it bigger a little bit. That is Jack Klein. That's Jack Klein.
People, what?
2003. That's October. That's April the 8th, 2003.
Wow.
We are talking about security in the Republic of Liberia. To be where we are today, we have come a long way. So for someone to be here to say they want to justify, thank you. You cannot justify. I'm still young.
Gayman gotta be short. Yeah, they have a few minutes.
Look at that other man. You see the date there? April the 8th.
You can't support the military Fulani.
Yeah, you see
I don't eat down do all the time. I ain't that.
Listen, you see the date over there?
You can't cry. You go for a weekend?
It's April the
No,
8th.
I ain't part of Pewee.
2004.
No, like in Basa.
Listen, guys, we're discussing security here. Let him be hiding somewhere.
Too many, I told you, right? I told you, I said, I can't see no more. Give me another.
This is April 8th, 2004. This is when we're doing the DDRR and all that stuff. Peace, trying to bring peace to the country.
Give me your ambassador. What?
And then years later, for me to sit here and allow Seleke to tell us that all the work we put in to bring this country to where it is, we should let it go to people to splinter.
Yeah.
To bring us back here again. I am very disappointed in in Kula. And then to come over here and see Seleke telling me that they are not armed, they are not they are harmless. No, man. This is not how this country should go. We do not want any religious war. We do not want any war based on tribalism.
Mr. Gayman, I just have a simple question though.
Yes.
I hear most of you suggesting that we should ask the Liberia National Police to go and protect the Muslims.
It is your right. It's your right.
But most of the time, whenever people are coming from the mosques, either they are trapped to take away their phones from them or their belongings, or people leave them praying and be stealing things from them at the different mosques. This group, as I mentioned earlier on, they've been operating 11 years. They've not had anybody. They just go there to regulate things. That's
why
all.
Why didn't they get around the Minister of Justice?
But today, you just see that video, people.
But why didn't get registered?
Talking about Boko Haram.
That's a very good thing. Seleke.
What is
this? So Mr. Gayman, can I come in?
How does this
1 minute, Abu.
Yeah, I won't weigh in on it matter.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about Boko Haram. Do you know what is Boko Haram?
No, Seleke. No one will link that to Boko Haram. But let me say
I'm not
this to
getting you guys. I'm not getting up. I don't know.
Seleke, you can hear me?
Let me go off and come back. I'm not getting
up. Please go and come back. Go off and come back.
But Pewee can be talking.
So let me weigh in, man. Let me weigh in, please.
I really want you to get it.
Now it's time for Pewee to nail him that he's not hearing us. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me weigh in. I want to weigh in.
No, after Pewee, come in. We're not responsible.
Yeah,
you're not. Listen, Abu, you're not lying here. You're not all the time. You're right in Monroe. You ain't got to lie. So no one can lie here. Go ahead, Pewee.
No, I like Intan. Who do you Intan?
Yeah.
Mr. Gayman in your country.
Yes, well, you can hear me now, Seleke?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Yes, I was trying to say to you, Seleke, no one will try to link those people to Boko Haram for now. No one will.
Just in the comment section, check that. Say,
but you're not control.
That's not us.
That's from the reasonable level of ourselves here. No one of us is going to do that. But yes, what I would say this to you. You just said something that's very important. That they've been attacking people coming from the mosque or going to wars, or even when they are praying. And yeah, it's in civilized society. When Muslims are praying, they leave most of their properties outside the mosque, right? It is just a civilized. No one should ever countenance those kind of thoughts about going to take anybody's property. But be it is, if you thought that the way you push it was not appropriate, I mean they were not doing it, the best thing they should have done 11 years ago, write the Ministry of Justice, register this group as a private security firm. There would have been no noise today. The Ministry of Justice would have today just sent out release out that they don't recognize. Or that this group is a private security. You see that, bro, we all want to be an advocate, but we don't know the way to do things. There's not a procedural default in terms of our way we engage in things. Yeah, you one of those advocates, you've been talking all over the place, you are never advised one day, you're never read the Ministry of Justice. You've been operating illegally. Illegally. So, so the only thing I will tell you now, recognize, call the people. Write the Ministry of Justice. We have, why do you think Kehleboe Gongloe got part of security? Because he went through the Ministry of Justice. We have different security and private security institutions. They are legal and they provide security for other institutions. So right now, I think they'll do the right thing. Find a lawyer, write the Ministry of Justice, put the article of incorporation together, and then say that this is a group meant to do. We are peaceful. Period. You can even bring those private security back. Uniform will wear them.
Thank you.
Instead of you countering us now, the more productive, and I will end on this one, the more productive way to go about it, you guys can hire me as a consultant to that group. I can drive a very good way, and you're going to be good.
And hire Kula to be your lawyer. Abu Kamara, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all of you having me here to our followers. Let me use the medium to extend my thanks and appreciation to all of you for holding the ground. Before proceeding, I want to dispel this. My party did not stop me from coming on this platform. At no time, my party Star did reach out to me not to come on the platform. You know, I kept hearing from people that the UP as an institution, instructed all partisans not to go on closing argument. I then engaged, and like I told Tomalin in one of our conversations recently, that I'll be returning to the show to discuss some of the lies I've been told by the level of Cyril and the CMC folks. But quickly to the conversation.
You can't show in fasting now. In start fire, you can.
No, I can't show right after the Ramadan.
They're still talking about lies. Can you imagine?
Right after the Ramadan, I can't show. Yeah, so quickly, right? Mr. Gayman, Pewee, and the rest of the folks who forming this group. Hello? You getting me?
Yeah.
Okay, so to the rest of the folks who term this group as illegal group, and it's not necessary as I listen to one of the panelists. This group has been existing for about a decade. And I want to give you a historicity as to how they came into being. We have a country that folks, when I say folks, anti-Madingo, anti-Muslim, right? Believe that we as a Muslim community don't deserve anything that belongs to Liberia. I'm not going to be sentiment. I'm saying anti-Muslim believe that we don't deserve anything or we are not entitled to anything that belongs to Liberia. And I say this will have fear, will have favor. And I think this is not something for us to keep elevating. So they have the proclivity. They have the proclivity to
don't take it anything.
It have the proclivity. It have the proclivity to create.
I love that word.
Proclivity.
Love the word.
What is that?
So for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, somebody wants to term the group as Malaysia group. How is that Malaysia group? These folks go and deny themselves sleep to provide free service, absolutely free service. Only because they don't want people creating inconvenience. You know how many times people have made an attempt to intrude among us, take away our belongings? You know, I bought a shoe to my days. I'm bragging, right? 2024, I think 2024 fast month. I bought a shoe cost 200 some more that I have on Gentleman Club. I took that shoe to pray. Wanted to come out. Where I placed the shoe, I didn't see it. Where was 17th Street Moses? I didn't see it. So the father, these guys, you know, goes to place that we converge. I mean, the Muslim provide service for all. And somebody talking about the arm. Where is the arm? Can you show me picture of arm with them? If you show now come an argument and say they moving on arm. Nobody got arm.
Anti-Muslims now. Who are the anti-Muslims you're talking about?
The folks who are saying, but I'm not talking to anybody on the show. There are many. There are many. I did not say any of you on the show are anti-Muslim.
You're referring to Christians as anti-Muslims?
I just told you, I'm not referring to folks on this platform. There are people who are anti-Muslim because in a radar they are very sentimental. We have seen the debate spark up on the very day that video was.
Too, right? There are folks
come again.
There are folks who are anti-Christian too, right?
Which I don't know. What I know is what I'm speaking of.
Oh, you don't know that part. Okay.
But Sarah, you're not the one interview me though. You gotta stop this. I've been away from the platform for some time. What happened?
No, but what you
I'm speaking to the audience.
Divisive. What you just uttered here is very divisive.
I'm speaking to the audience, not you. I'm speaking to the audience. Too many. You have to provide me. You have to protect me, Chief.
Yeah, but you're talking too long. Finish now.
Why you talking too long? I've been away from the platform. One your employees are talking too long, Chief.
But where you get all the time now?
But it doesn't mean
no, not all the time. But say what happens to your meeting.
Oh, finish now. Finish now.
Okay. So the thing is, Sidiki.
Yeah.
I was listening when you were speaking, right? And one thing for me, I'm not going to venture into it no longer. My narrative has changed where people believe that we, I mean, the Muslim, don't deserve anything. Because if you want to contextualize the whole debate, you're talking about somebody holding arm, somebody that Malaysia group, somebody that Boko Haram. These people got no history of violence. They got no history of violence. Show me one instance where they are going to orchestrate violence. They have no history of violence. So how people come out, and I'm not referring to anybody on the show, how people come out and say because the people were seeing training and then they should ban the group. The group got ulterior motive. I think this is appropriate. We should not be doing this. Yeah, we should not be doing this. It's actually for me an honor man of peaceful coexistence. We should not be doing this.
No, but honestly, right? I honestly, once the people are not an irregular militia, especially they're not carrying arms. But I want to hear the national security apparatus. The Senate legislature have some of them to appear. I want to hear that. Well, I want to hear from them when they appear tomorrow. Because I don't think people pose threat. It's just like ordinary organization people. They have people that organize to protect them. So
excuse me.
People organize themselves to just provide body shoe for their colleagues. I mean, the people. I don't think we should have a problem with it. Once they don't have an arm, they don't have arms.
They don't have arm.
Yeah,
they don't have arm.
Malaysia group. You say they have Malaysia.
And you say Malaysia group. You know how many churches we know that when they go to congregation, people that protecting them. Nobody say anything about it.
Let us just
yeah. And you can't say Boko Haram. You know what Boko Haram is? I mean, say right better Nigeria.
Nobody reasonable will say Boko Haram here.
No, I didn't say that, Pewee. I'm not referring to folks on the platform. Trust me.
Abu, if you try to bring the institution to be a large institution, my point is register them, because if you have to be,
I saw you, Pewee. I saw you.
Listen, here's the point. If you are bringing such large institution out to be deployed in protecting folks going, and I agree with that. I have seen people, those useless talks, attack people coming from churches, mosques, and other things. That is
sure. Look at the incident that happened in Migutan the other day.
We don't have the security deployed across.
The guy had a crusade. He has to go there when going there.
Yeah. If you're treating these people in that kind of a mass-based number, what you do, communicate via the Ministry of Justice. So as soon as people start talking about the Ministry of Justice, will they release the put up? Say, oh, we don't know about this group. They will have come, no, their group is duly registered. and they got hairs, and anything that will go wrong, they wear a cow.
Right. If you were just let us do that, nobody want to obey the laws.
And I want to believe, I think they will start doing that. They will do the right thing. I don't think that this group will be dissolved.
Everybody do their own thing. Nobody want to obey the law.
Going to be dissolved.
But you gotta get a man to speed. I have time to speed, madam.
I don't think this group should be dissolved. And I believe authority behind this group, and most of those sharp more advocates that will know that all we're on social media now should start doing the podcast.
So Pewee, let me take you back to money. The stampede that occurred in Newtown. When was that? The stampede that occurred in Newtown.
Abu, you've been away for a while. We get it, but you can't expect to get caught up everything that you mentioned in one.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Nagbe. I just want I want money to bring me up to speed on something. I want to forget people.
What's that?
The stampede that occurred in Newtown. When was that? Which year? 2022 or 2021?
That's stampede. No, not 2022. That's stampede was 2021.
22.
22, right?
Yeah, guys.
But you know, orchestrated by criminals, Pewee.
Oh yeah.
My man friends grand lost his sister in our stampede.
Yeah.
They were orchestrated by criminals.
I think
close to 20. But our sister, I don't know that.
Close to 20% go okay. Listen.
Yeah.
In the comment section, your own policy talking. Read the comment section.
Listen, guys.
That's my opinion. I want me all Unity Party people.
You have been in the chat room over an hour and a half. You want to take a walk? You want to walk around? Victor, you want to walk around? If you have been here over an hour, at least just because our nurse.
I better leave, man. I gotta go get prepared. We are in a fast one.
Go to bed, you boy.
But man, you listen. You know, young guy.
They want me people.
Why you Kamara, the last time you were on the show, you told me that they were lying all over the place.
But Mr. Gayman, I ain't done. Trust me, I ain't done. I'm a living room here, and I ain't done.
Where are you at?
I in Paso.
So you told me they were lying. You had lying all over the country.
No, Paso not para Liberia.
No, in Paso, they put connecting the light.
I know, but I'm asking.
They put connecting the light.
They told me Liberia had light everywhere. And you got the phone and call me.
See you, I have a debate. See you. All right.
Okay, guys, let's go to the next one here. The Senate gave green light. Attorney Cornelio Cruz confirmed as Minister of Youth and Sports. This one, guys, is it? But listen to this now. During the old days, and I know Tomalin is going to get upset. But during the old days, nepotism was seriously something that were considered. Nepotism, especially when a person is not qualified, these things were things that were discussed over and over, and they were frowned upon. This woman, like many other people in this government, they are not qualified. You see, people take qualification, they take diploma to be qualification, not because the person has a degree or the person went to some certificate. The person have never managed. The person doesn't have any experience in managing in a major institution. These are qualifications that we take into consideration when you're promoting people to those kinds of executive positions. People will say, oh, she got a degree from the University of Liberia. Oh, she's qualified. That's not what we consider qualification. In our line of work, they will tell you either you got a degree or you got 10 years experience, and it will suffice. Okay? Here, we don't see any evidence of credible leadership or management skill at that level. And is the daughter of another minister who is a supporter of the president. So now you talk to me.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
I think you know, Mr. Gayman, look, you've been unfair, man.
Okay. Tomalin, you got 4 beautiful girls. They will all be qualified soon to all get a degree. You're gonna hire all 4 of them because they qualify?
I mean, that's the prerogative of the president, right? But given for you to say Attorney Cornelio Cruz is not qualified to be Minister of Youth and Sports, so Mr. Gayman, I think it's unfair.
Okay, what makes her qualified?
First of all, to be Minister of Youth and Sports, it's doesn't say that you should be even a degree holder. He didn't say that.
I understand.
Okay. But let's give a deputy minister or the minister of state. Okay. And I mean, if you talk about her father being in a cabinet, and that's okay. That's a different conversation. Okay. Which I mean, what is true is it's not against the law, but I mean, you can make an issue of that for different reasons. But so she now qualify. I will tell you this: even in as much as I'm cool with Fatima, Cornelia did very well in Fatima when it comes to the confirmation process.
Oh no, we're not talking about that, man.
No, I want to tell you now. So she really did well in the confirmation process. Okay, what's that again?
What's that?
I was just showing you editorial where they say
no, but
Liberian people taking advantage of bad law.
But there's no law against.
But this is what we're saying, because the system is weak, so people take it. This is what the article is saying. We are taking advantage of no law.
But I think she
performed. What extra performance? Her tune was not finished. She was not eloquent. Nothing was. She was disjointed in her statement. Not cohesive. That performance well there. She didn't perform well. She was not eloquent. She was very disjointed.
You know what I let the platform for?
Yeah.
We all get the platform of diverse.
Yeah, and okay. I think she was not.
But I think if I was grading her,
I don't have to show her qualification. I don't have to show her
performance was very. I think she did very well, and it is there being confirmed by the Senate. She was confirmed by 20 senators.
They were unanimous. They were unanimous.
Yeah, unanimous. She's gonna be a celebrity minister. Facebook celebrity.
Anyway, it left for her now like they don't tell her. You came here, you drew a chat. You did a presentation here. It's up to you now to go and perform, go and serve. If she now she's confirmed she's minister proper. If she'll go there now and screw up, it's up to her. But if you compare her with my friend Fatima, she did very well compared to Fatima. Let's be frank.
Honorable Tomalin, does she have any executive experience running an institution as large as the Ministry of Sports?
Well, she was deputy minister in the minister office, but I think she also. But it doesn't matter, Mr. Gayman. Okay? Doesn't matter.
No. But she was deputy minister for 2 years.
Yeah. So let's see. I mean, she almost could be minister. There were times she was acting minister of state, and when Grace did travel, there were times. So let's see what she would do. I mean,
no, when Grace did travel, she was not acting minister of state. When
she was acting minister in Gracie Place. I remember very well.
No. Maybe I want a few hours.
That's not management, man. But let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
I got a quick question.
Thank you so much.
So one of her strategies is because I noticed that they had to take some students from class from Tottenham High School and other places to go to the confirmation here. Some of the kids nobody even took them from class for. And then I think at the end of the day they had to cancel that confirmation for that day. Was that one part of her strategies as a youth and sport minister to take students from all of the class to come and attend her confirmation hearing? What was that all about? That should
be a crime.
According to her, I think the people did it on their own. She know what
no way. They didn't do it on their own.
What proof that I didn't do it on their own?
You're building palace on their own. The president said, I don't know about it. You're building palace here, man. Robert Garguah, come on, man. Our CEO.
Sylvester says, can I come in? Because I'll soon be leaving now, please.
I mean, at your business, we don't care how soon you do. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so I feel like, a few months ago, Brother Robert shared something here that really resonated with me. And it kind of came to my mind during colonial confirmation. That a lot of people go through so many unnecessary things in Liberia just to get elected positions or appointed positions. If Colonial is actually qualified in the way people claim that she is, while she's going through all that public backlash, people calling her African body, and she can't reject the job. African, I don't know, that musician, because
I was still doing it now.
The way she don't appear in public, and
naked her body.
Exactly. So people calling her body, body minister and all of that. And she accepted that. She even all of that.
But Mr.
So
Tomalin,
if
you gotta let the man land. Now. You can't interrupt the man.
So if you are so qualified, you get law degree. Yeah, you get law degree, you get other experiences and all that kind of stuff. Why you should be going through all that for just a government job that will not even pay you 5,000 per month? So for me, this is exactly what came to my mind. But here is the thing, though. Paulina went to the Senate. The same thing. The United Party people, including her, criticized Samuel 12 for carrying a paper graph to the studio. She went and presented that same thing. But again, on the other hand, let's be fair, though. You can't blame her for that. For Samuel 12, you can blame him. But for Colina, you can't blame him because you know why? At the Senate, they should have a presentation place there that when somebody come over grab.
Like a projector or something.
Yeah, exactly, a projector. But you can say all the ministers that will be destined there when they get grabbed, they should carry their own projector with them. No. So for them, I will blame the Senate for not having a projector there. But she herself, she should have.
But then why Samuel 12?
Because he decided to lie to the people intentionally get a piece of shit to the state. So I want who negligent. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I wish her all the best. But that issue of she being qualified, she's competent, she get law degree, she this, she that. I think she's so desperate for that job. She was so desperate because that's one insult she received. She could have said, you know what? I'm going. I get a profession. Maybe I'm a lawyer. I go into my law, to the court to go practice my law. But she accept all of that.
They can just pass.
But today the spokesperson for the police, she resigned. She felt disrespected. She resigned. That's a professional woman. If that woman come and say, I'm a professional woman, they get people like that. They get people who can resign when they're disrespected.
But Tomalin, it's not just about the comparison in job and the luxury of the job, right? I think the point that he's making is self-dignity and respect. Yeah. So if I'm not going to allow any disrespect at the lowest of jobs, I'm also not going to allow that disrespect at the highest of jobs either. And so I'm sure that no one should be disrespected or undermined based on the kind of job, right? The quality of job or how well they pay structure looks like. No one should be disrespected. And so if anyone, any professional felt disrespected, then again, if they believe in what they have going on and they believe that they can go out there to a different entity and get that level of respect and appreciation, then I think that's the honorable thing to do. But jokes aside, I think that Cornelia, I think she's a qualified woman. I think I'm hoping she does well. I'm really hoping and cheering for her. And I'll reiterate the point that Seleke highlighted that I may feel something some other show is that I think a lot of times our standards, our qualification, and what we bring to the table, gets undermined because of the norm, right? I don't need anyone making videos. I saw a lot of videos from musicians, CIC, what's the guy named Stunner, all these top Liberian musicians were making videos in support, and I think they were the one, referring to her as the real African baddie. I don't know what that actually meant, but I don't need the extra distractions. I call that distraction. If I'm nominated for a piece of job in our country, it's always an honor to serve your country. And I think anyone who is passionate about serving his or her country from a progressive perspective, for all of the right reasons, wanting to impact change in that area, for instance, the youth and sports, I think it comes with a level of desperation, but not desperation at the detriment of your own principles or your own values, right? But I don't think it's a bad thing to be desperate to serve your country. And so if Cornelia is desperate to serve her country, I'm hoping that desperation inspires her to do the right thing and to really change the trajectory at the youth and sports, right? But I don't need all of this, unnecessary distraction, taking students, whether it was done by her or her surrogates or people close to her. I'm not going to encourage young people to abandon their education to go to the Senate or wherever to show support of me. I think people can show support in many ways that does not, bring distraction at that level. I don't need people making videos and saying, I think it's important that as professionals, be it in Liberia or coming from abroad, our resume and our work should speak for itself. I want people to call my jobs, call places that I've been, and talk to my leaders, talk to people that I report to, and I think this is the best support that we can get, because again, in real time, when we talk about results, the places you work, your resume, like I stated earlier, should be a reflection of your career. It shouldn't be something made up. It should be
Absolutely.
about your career, what you've done in places in real time, not just your degree. There are a lot of people that are smart. There are a lot of people that have multiple degrees. But again, I do interviews all the time. If I had to look for people who are smart, I'm looking for technocrats. I'm looking for people who have shown in real time that they've proved themselves, and they've been able to do what they said they know how to do. You know what I mean? So our resume should speak for ourselves, and I don't need any distraction. I want to go out there, listen to the questions, engage these committees, put forth my plan, my vision, and let's discuss that in depth. I don't want anyone, and I think it takes away from our own values, right? It shouldn't be about, I know people get excited about a young woman, and listen, that's an excitement. That's good. And I applaud the president for even making this appointment, right? Because we want to see more young people, young women in particular, take these kinds of steps in leadership, right? So that they can go out there and improve themselves. And I'm hoping she does. But we don't need to have all of this airlift, this unnecessary airlift of support from people. Because again, guess what? The whole country can make nice videos about how good looking you are, right? About how good the thing you will perform. But if your resume and the record does not reflect, it means nothing. It means nothing. But it seems like in Liberia, it's a norm where once you get nominated, then everybody and their nephew will come and make videos. Oh, you know what? I think, listen, recommendations is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But again, when it comes to the point where people are abandoning schools, taking young kids to go out there under all kinds of false pretense when they should be educating themselves, I think it takes away from the qualification and the core of what we should be discussing. But I wish Cornelia all of the best. I'm hoping that she goes out there and do great. And listen, we want Lone Star to qualify for the next AFCON in 2027. I was happy when I read and I'll close on this note. I was happy when I recently read Tomalin that Lone Star will be participating in the nation tournament in Morocco. And Liberia will play 2 international matches on the 27th and the 30th against Mauritania and Libya, right? And so I want Liberia to qualify. And I think if Lone Star were to qualify for the AFCON 2027, not only would this be a good reflection for her as the new youth and sports minister, it will be a good reflection for the government. It'll be a good reflection for the elephant, whoever wins that election in April. And it'll be a good reflection for our country, Liberia. So I want to wish her well. But now the pressure is on her. Everyone have said good things about her. It's on her now to go out there and prove herself.
Well, okay, well, give me quickly, right? Let me just say, look, our politics in Liberia are so toxic, and that's the reason why all that distraction came about. Okay, it depends who, and also too, it also stemmed from her past comments she made too when she was deputy minister and the actions she took. So all part of the politics involved. But she's a young woman. She served to come to be the youth and sport minister, as she says, not only sports, for other aspects of the ministry responsibility. So, and all that stuff you see happening, because our politics, look, it's so bad. Even if you do good now, they will find a way to bring you down. Okay, it's so bad. As a result of that, the Supreme Court, into the Supreme Court issues on they made some action. People pushing there, but the person there was some caveat, with some caution because of the past. You see, and I'm just sorry, but I think we should give her the benefit of the doubt that they don't want her. I said, look, you brought graph, you doing this thing, but remember now, tomorrow, if we're trying to find the money to give you like you need to, but if you don't perform, they very good will be the one to come and question you. So, I mean, let her try. The young people again, but let her see what she would do. If she goes, and now she's being watched. So we wanted to be one of the ministers that are being watched carefully. And if she goes and screws up, she will have herself to blame. But for Mr. Gayman to say the girl now qualified, I have a problem with that.
Okay.
So I just believe that let me give you the job. I think I get it for the job.
But to Mr. Gilman's point, to Mr. Gilman's point though, for professionals that were watching the presentation of that graph, that's not the standard. And I'm not going to blame the Senate Committee on Youth and Sports. That's not the standard. The standard of professional presentation it's not limited to the Senate having projected. If part of your plan, I saw that she had preparation, she posted pictures and all this stuff. They had a standstill projector in part of the presentation. If you want to be professional and you want to set that standard, I think that going in there and holding graft in your hands to show whatever you're trying to do, I don't think that was a standard. But I don't think that's good enough for us to say, hey, she's not qualified for the job. Now she has to prove Mr. Gilman and others wrong by how she performs.
Well, let me tell you that since I do critique and I sit on evaluation boards and I do employment myself, I got a lot of girls and they're in professional school, and I've always told them, your professional life begins with how you carry yourself. We talk about social media, we talk about photograph, we talk about photographing yourself. Your public image is your first line of defense. This woman, there are a lot of video flying around. This woman's supposed to be the #1 role model for children in the country.
Oh.
This woman have been seen in pool, basically bad.
Oh.
But Mr. Gilman, that you're not going to win that argument.
No, listen to this.
Nagbe.
You can let me lay now because
I don't want you. You're not going to win that argument.
Listen, I know I'm not gonna win this because you like what you saw in the pool. So I'm not gonna win it.
I'm a married man.
So
I didn't see it.
I like what I did tonight. But to set the standard just because someone should be role model for women.
On the bus?
What?
He's on the bus.
What bus?
The boys. He's on the bus.
But
so,
look, let me just say this.
This will be a role model.
So
right?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? You have your daughters, right?
Yes.
So your daughters are professionals, right? Your daughters are also
they're trying to be.
Right, but they're also human beings, right? So are you telling me that because your daughters want to hold this professional image, is somehow out of professionalism, right? For them to be seen in bikinis or whatever at a pool or at the beach, that somehow we should question their image, their professional image, because they were seen on the beach with bikinis or whatever that show cleavages or whatever. I think that's wrong.
No.
Let me answer the question now, Robert.
Listen, the question here is these are people who a few months prior were making fun of the president of the Republic of Liberia for swimming on the beach.
Because he's president of the United States. I mean,
he was fully clothed. He had clothes on. He was swimming. And it was for them, it was terrible that the president, the country is in a spiral mode. People are hungry and the president is swimming. These are the more allies of the world.
President, we are doing. You are not president of the town.
You are president. You are president.
You are president.
Which one?
President when you went to Cape Mount?
When you went to Cape Mount,
when you went to Cape Mount and breathe.
Yeah, you are president.
When you done, I will come in. Just,
yeah.
I think
the reason we send this.
Well, in this argument, if this is, yeah, I agree with that. With the point you're making. If you're talking about the double standard, I agree with that.
There you go. And then here we go again. From the time we were young, those are who are much older. When the president is coming, dignitaries are coming, they will take us out of school to line the street to wave. I'm talking about going way back to Charlie King time. This woman's supposed to be a role model. She is taking people from school to go cheer her on. The future of the country matters not to her as long as she's confirmed. So we are looking at this confirmation in its totality. The message is bad. When we talk about qualification, we talk about moral, legal, academics, social, the whole 9 yards. Somebody who behaves like this, because you have friends in high places. I didn't see her say anything like when I become Minister of Youth and Sports, I'm going to instill, or I'm going to establish the AAU system in the United States that will come and regulate young people, different academies in the different counties. I would establish girls basketball, boys basketball all over the country. We will introduce these sports, all of these things that will help the children. I didn't hear nothing. That thing she was holding your hand, everybody does it. They all do that. It means absolutely. There's no groundbreaking thing she said that she would do for youth and sports. So when I look at this, it is just somebody who knew she was going to be confirmed anyway. So it didn't matter what she did, according to what I saw there. It was just a matter of facade, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, the problem here is that, it's a combination of a lot of things, double standards and the way folks will want to push things. You see, all of these people criticize the Weah administration all of time moving forward, and she haven't carried herself well as a public servant, if you will. And they would criticize other people and all of those. Listen, I was one of those that said, if the president were to appoint, I think she's on record will be the youngest minister of youth and sport in our history for now. But no one is going to be against the president appointing the young folks to also impact the country. There's a need for competent young people with the requisite experience. At least she served 2 years as deputy minister for administration of the presidency. That should be enough to give her the.
I got a question for you, P. Was that a time when she served as deputy minister and they're talking about those ghost names that reappear on the payroll and they didn't know what happened to the money?
Yes. She's
strategic question now. She don't put on inside now. That's what is right.
And more or less, in her stewardship there was a lot of noise about even that particular thing you just highlighted and the rest of that.
So now, obviously her record.
The whole thing, and you see, the reason why I'm saying Liberia is indulgent, and it's going to be difficult for her to remove ourselves from this, because the whole thing is about, if I like you, when other people see the real thing happening, I would say no. It's going to cinema, and other people will come and have. And also, even on this platform, so now we get divided on.
Yeah, our brother Tomalin said it right there.
And we get divided on issue on the basis of what. But for me, moving forward, I'm going to take. I'm going to take the country paramount over any other thing moving forward.
Thank you.
And it's not about, and you see, the people don't even understand back in the country that the very Supreme Court can be challenged, right? And if less looking, we will put them on record to push that most of the people be impeached sometimes. No one coming to insult anybody, but if you did anything that warrants you be described in a more graphic way, we would do that. And to come and say that the Supreme Court judges or the Supreme Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, their attitude was very reckless the last time, and very reckless. And those kind of reckless way, these are not people that work to be on the Honorable Supreme Court bench on a serious note. And I will say this: the day I arrive, RIA, if it's not in the night, if journalists, I will tell them that the Supreme Court, these people should get out
They're not. Now that they're trying to do, if they did the right thing, we will commend them. Why we agree, Mr. Nabi,
no, go ahead. Well, just raise funds here to oppose your bond.
No, you cannot raise funds. You see, I'm a special child. I'm a special person. You can't try me.
They can't try Sylvester.
Let me say this to you. Marco Rubio warned people, right? He said anybody that will trample on this free speech, and that Prophet Kid not recognized. Oh, got friends here. But Marco Rubio warned that any government, anybody, anywhere in the world,
Marco Rubio,
he
go to
the America will deal with you. Right? America will deal with you and all those things. But on a more serious note, you cannot have a Chief Justice, Mr. Nagbe, and gentlemen here, that will come say, this, he doesn't know the ruling. You call the Chief Justice man, you put hard letter the Chief Justice man. That's the business of that.
Wow.
You call the Chief Justice man, then you wanted to win sympathy and say other Liberian women. You put hard letter Chief Justice man. But we didn't know today.
And the irony of all is he took it away with him to the court.
Yeah. Let me remind too many today that the very hotel they call. What the hotel name? Give me some again, man.
Peace Hotel.
No, not Peace Hotel. They got the hotel. The hotel went for our
Empire
Hotel.
Empire.
The last cabinet retreat president we had in Nimba. The government for the 5 days. That was Empire Hotel. You got a huge hotel.
Hotel name?
Yes, yeah. The Empire Hotel.
The Empire is naked too.
The Empire Hotel. And beyond that, he got land all over the place. How he got land all over the place that way? And then what is alleged? It's alleged that the reason why he got land all over the place is the other false land dealer can bring some case. Boom, when the person win, they gain some land here. So they got land all over the place. Listen, we need to investigate and do what we call some validation analysis audit on these people to come out and find out validate how they acquire what we will call performance validation to find out how they got this. Listen, why would one man get land all over the place and he's a judge? You see, if we don't do this thing, people will continue to be important to be sending people to jail here, there. All that will start saying, giving us some real thing. All of that, the thing will continue to happen. Then when we say, hey, people say, oh, this not happening. That's not happening. Now, for the minister to be appointed minister of Human Resources, I don't have issue of her. The president appointed her. I got government. What I know is that the Nimba people, you know, the Nimba people will take over the government soon. The same thing they attacked the Samuel Doe government on in the 80s. That's what's happening now. That's what's happening. You have a Nimba, you have a minister of lands and man, Nimba. If for Nimba. That's what they said. Minister of Youth spoke if for Nimba. Minister of
Labor.
Minister of Labor if for Nimba.
Wow. My man, I know you on that one. My wife from Nimba, so you on your own.
You're not be me, so that
everybody protected.
You gotta talk, you defend.
Yeah, you gotta defend. But you know, if on the other side, you are talking from the romantic aspect. Right? But on the other side, we say that real part is someone picking up and not you. They put about you. You will tell me it's secret. You're telling that everybody for Nimba.
When it comes to the Pewee, I disagree about the judges because I got a lot of people, most of the judges in Liberia, they got a lot of land, property. And if you look at the salary,
but to me, that be very frank. That those land came to the people are saying.
I know. I mean, they will get land for that trading they've been doing, and now been existing for years.
It got to stop.
But you know, like Councillor Gongloe would say, lifestyle audit. That's what we need in that country. Lifestyle audit. You come to power, you take a job, and then after that, you become 1,000 years overnight. The problem you're facing the country.
That's a serious problem we have in the country.
Until we can take people to court, use the system. I like America to put a court. And the people try to.
It's difficult, my brother. Yes, why? This thing judges said that in those very courts. And do you know why it's emboldening this, encouraging the illegal land dealers? Because they got first in the court.
Yeah.
They got first in the court. They see me will be saying land all the time. He got in the court. They got first in the court. What if my man said he got a video of a Chief Justice way back causing my cause too. So I said when it's get it.
I mean laughing and talking that thing. But you know, gentlemen and lady, right? Something I'm hearing, right? I was asked, I'll try to talk to someone, and they said that this guy they called Bonjala, they said he was actually released for medical reason, but then when the public raised alarm, they put him back. And there's a guy too who I'm also hearing about.
But then what was telling you also was lying for?
But I mean, you investigate on this thing, so and I'm trying to investigate. Okay, but now there's other guy that called.
And I Bonjala, I said, look like somebody that's sick. The way he walking before, well.
I was told that based on medical grounds, he was granted some relief, but then instead of him stay where they got him, he went out.
But they couldn't take.
When they spotted him, they raised the alarm, they put him back. But there's a guy too who I'm trying to investigate now. One guy they called Tobias Bowen.
Our country will never be better.
I know Tobias Bowen very well. We all went to all in abroad back before the war.
Tobias in jail in London?
Yeah, in London. Then you were head of the Redemption Hospital, and they found him that he abused his own daughter. But now I'm told that he's not in jail right now. I'm told for medical reasons he's out too. If that's the case, that's troubling.
So then why they deny the boys from the Asson case, that labor, even to go to attend his mom's funeral, they deny him. And
so these are things we need to investigate and pursue, because it's not, if that's the case, that guy was accused.
I don't know.
I heard his daughter's mom, his daughter's mom was saying he was his own biological daughter. He was abusing her for years.
Who that same guy?
The Tobias Bowen guy.
Oh, okay. I thought Bonjala.
And then I'm hearing that he's out now. We got to find out. The medical prison got to tell us whether he's there or not. And if he's there, let them prove that he's there, because if that's the case, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That person, he deserves no place to be outside in society.
I know.
Someone who will go to your daughter you born, the mother and the daughter confessed, and then the mother also corroborated what she said.
You check it out.
I told you that Brian McGill was innocent, and have the police have cleared him, officially giving clearance, and it's good, because had that man been arrested and the public were behind the man, they'll destroy that man for nothing. All the evidence they put point, they couldn't corroborate that the man raped that girl or molested that child. But everybody was saying, "Oh, Brian McGill."
But the family up to now, the lawyer
police have cleared this man. This man did. Brian McGill did not have touched any young girl in question, and he's free. He's a free man. President Baga, it's up to you now to get him his job back. He's acting.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, you're right, because it gave Muzu Scott, Muzu Scott her job back. They need to give him his job back too.
Exactly.
No, Muzu Scott didn't have a job to get job back. They appointed her. She didn't have a job.
Oh, yeah, in fact, she was unemployed. Now she's employed, so she got elevated.
But I would say this for the record quickly. That job, that Brian McGill wouldn't get that job no more. I can say it definitively. And the reason I'm saying it from the inside perspective, right? The guy that's acting on the job, he's an inside person to get a job before to the area they didn't get that job. So it's going to be difficult to get him off that job. Eventually, they were just going to appoint him as deputy minister proper. But I don't think Brian McGill is going to go back to that job.
Brian McGill. Brian McGill was not not guilty. We agree. But why the family of the lawyer for the little guy did not see the report?
No, but how would you agree to something that that has not been verified?
No, that's what he said. He said
McGill is not going back to the Ministry of Youth.
I don't know.
Mr. Krua will not allow him to be behind his daughter. It would never happen.
Yeah, but beyond that, again, I wish her all the best. I wish her all the best. I wish her all the best.
McGill don't care.
I wish her all the best. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that when it comes to the double standard and the hypocrisy, I think it's worth being mentioned. Because again, if you criticize, but this has been the mojo of this administration, Mr. Gayman. You shouldn't be surprised. I mean, this very government, Joseph Boaga criticized former President George Weah for flying private jet. And he said that the president was insensitive to the plight of the Liberian people. That how
No,
can you
the
fly a
very
private
thank you.
jet? How can you fly a private jet in the midst of economic hardship? Has that changed? No, it hasn't. Right? And this is where I disagree with my new friend Dylan. When he talked about
New friend again?
yeah, Dylan, my new friend. Because I think again, like I tell people all the time, I think he's kind of changed my perspective a little bit. There's still reservations, but I do think that he has been a standout legislator, even with his own people, those that have been appointed or nominated by the president. And I'm sure he has the ears of the president. I've seen other people just go and not ask the tough questions because of this close proximity to the president and relationships. He doesn't appear to be that guy, right? But this is where I disagree with him now when he talked about, well, when we criticize George Weah Dan for flying private jet, we did not ask the right questions. It's good to acknowledge the right questions being asked, but that's water under the bridge because that also played an integral role in the Liberian people not re-electing George Weah.
Of
And so
course.
when we talk about this whole idea of coming to power based on lies and insincerity, because this was completely dishonesty. Because I'm sure Joseph Boakai understood the importance of the president flying private jet, and he also understood that there's nothing wrong with having your friends let you use the jets, but it was politicized. It was used as a political tool against CDC to pin them negatively, only for the president to come now to fly a private jet. The same folks that said CDC was the most less busy administration, the fact that they had ministers leaving Monrovia to come all the way to the airport to greet the president. Well, guess what? That has doubled under this administration now, right? And so
Flying garbage with no benefit.
and so when it comes to the double standard, Sylvester, I'm not surprised when it comes to the double standard, right? Because this is a norm in our politics, and this is the ugly part of our politics where we are not honest with ourselves, right? Today, the very people who did not recognize a single thing that was good in the Weah administration only because they didn't agree to it, are the very people who are demanding that we acknowledge some of the good things that this government is doing. And I agree with them. If this government does well, we should acknowledge it. I agree, because if this government succeeds, the Liberian people succeeds. Where I disagree is, when did you know this? Did you not know this because this government is your government? Or
That's right.
is this an idea that is this an idea that you believe in, that we must acknowledge the good and not all of the bad? I'll close on this note. The Supreme Court, I believe the Supreme Court is expected, and this is not something we should celebrate. This is not something we should give credit to any administration for. There are three branches of government, and as far as I know, these three branches of government should serve as a check and balance to each of the other branches of government. They should function independently. Has it been the case? No, it hasn't. So for those who have questioned, well, why you guys praising the Supreme Court on the ruling of the two rulings that just recently happened about the doctor, what was his name? What's the Dr. Nia? Why you guys are putting why you guys, and then Unity Party folks are saying, well, you know what? I think this is indicative that the judicial branch under this administration has improved. What does that mean? The executive branch and Joseph Boakai knowingly violated the laws when it came to the removal of Dr. Nia without due process. They knew what they were doing.
That's right.
They knew exactly what they're doing. The president has legal advisors. The chief legal advisor to the president is the Solicitor General, the Attorney General. He knows exactly what he was doing. So we must give credit to this administration by the judicial branch of government exercising their independence as they should. They should not be influenced by politics. They should not be influenced by political pressure. Their job is to solely interpret the law based on the law. That's what we expect in Liberia. They should not be taking bribe envelope. So if the judicial branch of government does its job as expected, why should we give credit to the executive who knowingly violated the laws? Why did they do that? So I think it's a discretion to say, well, the judiciary has improved under this administration. It's not what it used to be like. They want us to make that a topic rather than us asking the real question. Well, Mr. President, why did you violate the laws? You criticized Joe Weah for doing the same thing. Why did you knowingly violate the laws? And this is not the only position. Unfortunately, the other guys have not taken this administration, the executive branch, to the court. But this government gets no credit by the independent functionality of the Supreme Court or any of our judiciary in the country. This is what is expected of them. If the executive violated the law, I think they should be held accountable because each of us should follow it.
Look, it's no
give them credit for that.
It's no secret that this president has, we all know, if you compare the way he had treated the former president, you know he hasn't shown his former president any respect or even some kindness. And say what you want to say, but President Weah, I think you noticed when he took over, I think 4 days later, he visited the then vice president. He gave him 4 vehicles, and when it came to his medical time, he facilitated him going to abroad for using government funds for medical checkup. But the president not treated. The very accident at the airport when he came from the AU summit, you see that question. He was not happy with that question they asked him, and he said we be doing almost like he been working behind the scene, all kind of stuff. No, come on. President Salih, all them been talking to you now. Okay? President, we should be considered your little brother. But the way you are treating him, it's not right. Okay? It's like if there's something against him, and you have the man, even the VIP lounge. I say they want the man, saying you say they want he consulted, you shouldn't let him use it. But the other one gain our respect and courtesy. You know, it left with your one, y'all even withdraw all his EPS security for him as he entitled by law. Again, which has not been fair to him, but again, his history would judge that. But let me say quickly, I got good news for y'all. The People's Movement, we got a prominent lawyer tomorrow who will be joining us. Prominent lawyer. And we are making headways. We got a branch that has been launched in Asia, in East Africa, and we are expanding. And people are coming on board. We have 42 demands that we have made, okay, including nobody should be making less than 5,000 a month, okay. And look at the national budget. You get a speaker 500,000 for entertainment for what? We are straight when we are serious about that. We are making demands that which our goal is to dismantle this system of corruption and impunity. We're going to do it. We had a very good discussion today, and we are moving. My people, you better jump before it's too late. No,
Antonio, I want joy.
I'm going to disrupt this system. We are determined to do it.
My only problem with the system, with the movement, is that you cannot disrupt a system selectively. So my question to you is, are you willing to disrupt the system? Because again, you have a lot of close friends in the government, and you've protected some of them on this. And so, are you going to protect some of those guys?
Nobody. Robert, when it comes to my country, it's for the greater good of the country. Trust me. I would not spare none. You can be my friend. You can be my brother. You're part of that system that you're putting the people.
The system will be disrupted.
We're going to go after y'all. We're not sparing nobody. On a serious note, we are serious about that.
So how much the point of budget for the vice president on our entertainment?
I gotta check it. I know it more than the speaker on. You know that one.
So Chief, that is tail in there.
Mr. Nagbe, that movement, that tell him come on a movement. It's a possibility, Mr. Nagbe. Make no mistake.
Addition to the telling.
But congratulations.
The goal is, at the end of the day, we must ensure that the country march forward, not backward. We don't. Honestly, or not.
I'm on board.
What's happening in the country? It's fair. It's not fair to the country. Let's be frank.
I'm on board.
Few people in the country, 103 lawmakers, but people in the executive branch, they decide the fate of over 5 million people. Okay, look. Do you know there's gone budget? You know how much they gave every representative? In fact, they had 100,000 for them initially.
What?
Yes, but then when the budget when the people did that, when regular people did that,
they
bought
50,000.
But now they you say they're doing 2 lays. The lays didn't want to do the project there. They didn't find all that thing are just black. They're working together. The Senate don't have 150,000. They brought it to 75,000. They give this one because of the Kehleboe project. I mean, that'd be fun with you. Yo, join on Kehleboe project, put it in the budget, meet your people, say, look, what identify a project will Kehleboe this year. You put the project to do it, but the people feel like bro feels good in the morning when they get up. Everybody want an opportunity. Right now, those who are in power, when they get in power, I want to see people coming to my door in the morning, my gate, and I give people money, give people rest. They feel good doing that stuff. You know, they feel good doing it. But my people, look, we got to do it. We got to make that. We got to make that statement strong. And nobody gonna be the one to stop it. Whether you're in the government or opposition, we are making it strong that with the amount of that system is not fair. Majority of people are living abject poverty, and it's not fair to the country. People are suffering. There's a lady, Myean. You're talking about today about the little girl that they saw lay on the sidewalk today. You're talking about him, Gayman?
No.
Oh, I think Myean. She alive for a few minutes
The
before.
lady girl that was taking a bath on the sidewalk.
They were doing something
So
today.
that nothing I want to do. That content creating, she was on there.
Oh, that content creating thing she was on.
The one I was doing that nonsense in real life, yeah.
Anyway, let me welcome Siafa and do my closing. Let me thank you guys very much.
Before you do your closing, let me ask you this: we have this CMC got special program coming up, and if you went, and what's the motive behind the said program?
Well, we're waiting for the press release to come out, but we inaugurated our second chapter over the weekend in Nigeria. We're getting ready
in Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Oh,
no, I'm talking about radio show.
Yes. We're finalizing.
CMC.
We used to have the political lounge that is now referred to as Liberia Insights. We're finalizing the schedule. You know, we share the platform with the closing.
The political one, the ones will be the dinner talk.
The dinner talk.
Like two people having dinner and they have a conversation.
No. It's gonna be something like this.
Okay.
Where we'll discuss current events and CMC news as well.
Okay.
So we're looking to start that, if not this week, maybe next week or so. But we'll be contacting, you guys, so that we can all arrange the scheduling, so that the CMC and the Liberia Insights and the closing argument, so we don't clash with the scheduling. But the proper people will reach out to management here. But having said that, also we're getting ready to launch our third chapter in Philadelphia, Delaware, and New Jersey early April. So we're finalizing that, and the announcement will be out. We'll give you guys an invitation to join us there. But yeah, we had a very, very good time over the weekend. Valentine's Day gathering at Dr. and Mr. Richardson's in Jersey here.
But I didn't see you dancing.
You didn't see who?
I said I didn't see you dancing.
I did. My wife and I actually hosted.
What else on it? CMC. What else on it? CMC.
Yeah. Talking doing CNC. I was sending to Myean one of these to play for. I like the beat on that song.
So the Valentine's Day program, CMC Lover Gallery?
No,
you got problem with CNC lobby?
It was a minute greet. It was a minute greet. For a very long time we've been meeting virtually. We had a retreat coming up, and then this whole ice thing started going on in Minnesota. But we're trying to meet and build camaraderie. Get to meet each other. Shake hands and just get to know each other in flesh and blood. So that was what that was about. We have people coming from as far as Maine. So it was a good, greet and mix and, just chit chat. Me, my wife, and I were there until 2:00 in the morning before we left. You know, so they
wow.
get a lot of good food, you know, music. I saw Massa there, Sarah. You're very young.
I didn't see. I saw that the Richardson husband. Oh, yeah, I didn't
I was
see.
seeing our lover night, so
I didn't see you.
Married people met.
But Victor,
sharing love, you know.
What about the ice? What's about the ice thing that scare you?
We didn't get scared.
It was not so much for them, but people.
Victor was scared of ice. He didn't want to go outside.
But we thought to exercise, you understand me, caution on the side of, you know, exercise, you know, kind of restraint on the side of caution.
Yeah, today avoid them, right? Yeah.
You know, anything relative to CMC, you get blown out of proportion very quickly. So we didn't want people to say, but the push should have known better, you know, they knew what was happening.
But that wasn't even good for you to have anything with that kind of situation going on.
Exactly. I mean, imagine people shooting their own our own American brothers
their own citizens.
Yeah, exactly. So we did that virtually, but we're planning a retreat again. So this was an opportunity for us to get together, and it was great we did that. I wanted to quickly say to my brother Abu here, you know, that's how long it's been since I spoke, before Abu even came on. I just been watching you guys, but I don't know where he got his impression that CMC people are talking about him not being on a platform, but I don't even know if
don't put lies together. Don't even pay attention.
I don't want him to know that that is not true, and I don't want
Abu, you and I, the only CMC people that know him. Nobody knows the man.
Exactly. Nobody else knows him outside of the two of us. But so, my brother, I mean, all the love to you. You know, you're doing your thing. I don't understand when you say there's light in Liberia in Buchanan and there's no light in Buchanan. So I don't know what Buchanan is not part of Liberia, you know. So, but let him go ahead and do his propaganda. God bless him. You know, good luck to him. I hope they gain more data to come on the show more often. You know, that's all I can say to that. But quickly to the minister. You know, old man Jerome here is trying to date himself. This lady is minister of youth. You know, she's connecting with the young people. I mean, look. Yeah, you know, so
in the pool.
Yeah, she got that's what the young. Wait a minute, your Republican president of this country, his wife. There's new photo of her all over the place.
She was a model.
But maybe the guy was a model too.
She was who?
Maybe the minister was a model too.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, congratulations to her. Let's first accept that.
Let's give her a chance to do her work.
Presidential, yeah, exactly. Presidential appointments, you know, is a mix. It's not only based on qualification. It could just be that the president feels that she aligns with his vision. Maybe she did well at the Ministry of State. Let's see. I'm impressed that she carried. They say she brought graphs to show graphics on what she intends to do. I didn't honestly watch it, but you know. I think I was thinking outside the box, even though Zetoy did it before, you know, but I think we should give her a chance and, you know, congratulations.
That's true.
I hope, you know, she will bring renewed vigor to the ministry. She got Brian McGill to contend with. That's her first order of business when she gets back because he's been cleared. Can you imagine? That man has been cleared since August 30th. They've been dancing around with this kid, and now they tell us, you know, geospatial information and DNA analysis, something we have not. If they say so, let them put it result out in public. I mean, I know their privacy concern, but anyway, Brian McGill has been free. He's been cleared of anything. So I guess he's going to go back to work. You know, so Ms. Crawford, that will be her first order of business. You know, but I wish her all the best. Somehow I think she would do much better than probably the previous minister. I don't know, you know. Finally,
it's out there.
Yes, congratulations to the CMC Sylvester. We will now be able to buy our jet because now Shrimpers has been given back to the CMC political leader. So
you would use the money from Shrimpers to buy a jet
through the foundation. Yes. Okay. Through the foundation.
Our own jet.
So I'll
give you live. I know you flew in practice. I saw you, Tomalin, and Peabody, you know, having a good time in first class. You're always first class because you know you're the big boys. So maybe Jerome, I somehow will get a lift on the private jet, then we'll invite you to. No, that was a joke. But congratulations. Yeah.
Last night before you go, why I don't see any great performance of CMC on these social media posts that's been running online, like these different bloggers carrying on posts and stuff, and I don't see a lot of about CMC on there. Why you guys are not interested?
Well, I mean, Jerome and I are here. Dr. Richardson is on Spoon. Jacob Jala is on Spoon. Sam Jackson is on Spoon. There are other people. I'm sorry?
Yeah, George, that was CMC. They hired him.
Jacob Jala, Jacob Jala is.
Yeah, but the
he hired. I'll do something free. He's being paid.
Yeah, I don't know that, but I know he's a part of CMC. So so Sarah, we're trying, we're not the CDC, we didn't reach like that. So we can just find data
to do a money business.
But it's been a great show. Safa, I know you're just coming, but I gotta take my exit. And who else is joining? Is that Johnny? Oh, Joseph. All right, but thank you guys.
But I said, Dr. Nagbe, if you are trying to recruit a progressive, how you recruit a progressive, so you come out and you leave.
All right, I'll stay because I want to do something.
I just messing with you.
Important.
That was a good one. But thank you guys. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Okay.
Safa, welcome, and Joseph Sally. Hopefully, I did. Joseph, are you there?
It's coming back.
Joseph, light and go again. Safa, welcome, man.
Hey,
I'm here.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm getting the feedback from
from
Joseph.
Some echo from you.
Yeah. Nice to be on.
While you are here, let's tackle the last one here. There's something that I didn't know. Well, I should have some idea. They said
you should have some idea.
Yeah. Forced marriage in the Republic of Liberia is so prominent that
Where?
That the international community is saying that it should become a crime. It is not a crime in Liberia. Forced marriage.
Oh, forced marriage. Okay.
So what do they term as forced marriage? Is it traditional? Underage marriage?
Underage,
pretty much.
Power thing, families, anybody you have control over, you can force that person into marrying other people and all kinds of stuff. It is something that caught my attention. It's on the front pages of some of the paper. They said, just the summary, international justice experts are urging Liberians to explicitly criminalize forced marriage. It was widespread actually during the wars. In the statute of its proposed war crime court warning that unless the abuse is clearly named, it risks being overlooked and perpetuated. Some of the 6 draft bills that have been put forward for the court include forced marriage as a crime against humanity. But some people in Liberia do not think so. Guys, let's discuss this. If you are in the Republic of Monrovia or Buchanan or in the big cities, this may not be as important to you, but it is a social issue that we have to address. And Siafa, it hurts me when somebody else come and tell us about what we are doing that we didn't even notice or we didn't even fathom that it's just bad against human being to take another human being on her age or whatever and say, listen, you're going to marry this person. You got no choice. In some tradition, we take bride price. Once the gentleman goes to the parents and pay X amount of money, the woman has no choice. She has to go these are the things that folks have. Some people say it's our culture, we should maintain it. And folks, some of us, we are saying there are some aspects of our culture that we just need to let go. See how far your take. You're the first man on this one.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the article in its entirety, but the only thing I would say right now, I need to see more data so I can see the lines of delineation between our traditional marriage, our traditional marriage outside of the church and the court system, compared to what they call in forced marriage. Because we have the dowry system, we have the traditional marriages that happen there. I mean, there's even polygamy practice in our tradition there, outside the church and the court system. So I don't know what the NGO is talking about. I need to see more data on it. I mean, that's what I can say for now.
Okay, but let's go to the traditional one. Say you want to talk about the traditional one. I don't know how well versed you are on the traditional one. Let's talk about the dowry system in the traditional sense. Obviously, age is not the issue. It's not totally based on age. Sometimes it's based on body structure and all of these things. Is that something that we should keep, or we should modify that particular aspect?
Well, I don't know of any data. I don't know of any data of where we have this huge amount of, I mean, where you have underage women being given to men in the name of traditional marriage. So I don't have any data on that. So until I can see data on that and see clear empirical evidence, I mean, I would just hold back my comment. But I know we do practice traditional marriage, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can confirm it. I know in the 70th, President Tomalin declared the age of consent as what 15 or something?
13.
What? Yeah,
13.
15, right?
13.
Okay, 13. Okay, yeah. So, but I don't know. I mean, I growing up, interacted with my grandparents and other folks. I mean, I saw young women married, but not 13. They were like 18, 19, 20 years old. But they were not getting married to somebody that was 20, 30 years their age. It was always somebody within that age group. But I mean, there was the traditional thing done where the family would come together. The male family would come and bring the dowry and bring the car and what have you. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen. I'm just speaking from my own vantage point now. I'm not saying it's nationwide. I haven't seen where grown men have been giving young girls. I haven't seen that. So if this NGO, if the NGO has data on it, then they need to come and present the data and present the evidence. Yeah. I mean, that's what I can say for now.
Tomalin, for those of us who were born on the countryside, we don't have data, but we know very well that older men have always married. The parents, usually the poorer of the parents, will take their girls to either the chiefs or the guys who have means, and they will marry them off. So if we want to rely on data, it will never happen, because we know it's happening. I'm a witness. Your take on the issue?
Well, I mean, that was, I mean, we in 2026 now, and I don't think I know in the past what they used to do. The man, they would see the woman is pregnant is pregnant. They would carry the cooler, carry the thing and say, "They baby, I gave for my wife," and they pay the dowry for the baby even born, a child even born. But that's nowadays, civilized person. I don't care whether you traditional, you will not even encourage that stuff. In fact, your child will not even you won't decide for your child. It can't happen. So no one will decide for the child who your child will get married to. I mean, you give your child guidance, but your child says you want to marry that person or you want to marry that person. That's the choice. You won't. So, about in fact, nowadays, even in the society that we're living in now, when you tell the child that the age disparity with the person go out, they say, "What? They yell, what? It could be your grandfather, your daddy." I give you a short story. There's a prominent Liberian lawyer and her friends. They came to America. And now they're visiting this sister of mine, visiting her, but the sister's daughter know that this Liberian lawyer is married though, know her husband, everything. But when the girl saw that she was trying to connect on somebody, she asked her mom, "But I thought Auntie so and so will be married. Mom said, She said, nah. She got mad and just went upstairs and forgot, but then she was like disgusted about that. So it shows you that society, everything has changed, just changed nowadays. And so if that thing about people forcing people, I don't want to give it credence though. This in Liberia now, I want to give it credence. Most of the children making their own decision though. If your sugar daddy like you, it's up to they're not going to tell the parent and say, oh, go with the person. They made their own decision now. Nowadays,
the question is, you know that it happened. It happened. But this is what we are saying. Should we now codify to make sure that it doesn't happen anymore? And they gave evidence. They say it was even worse during the war days. It says here, international justice expert, blah, blah, blah. It said the forced marriage was widespread, even widespread during the wars. During the Civil War, it was prevalent. That one they got data. So what I'm saying here is, should the law just put, like in the United States, right? Other places, should we just put an age limit on marriage to say you got to be 18? Or in some countries they're 17. Should we just put a limit to the age so we're all on the same page?
I mean, what you talking about? What I would support the age of consent. Now, why should we be talking about marriage? That one, I don't think we should go to that.
No, but the reason they're talking about it is because it is happening. Like, and I'll give you another example. 2 years ago, maybe not on this show, but I was on another show where an imam in Monrovia married a 14-year-old girl, and the state got involved and they disappeared. They say he went into Guinea and never came back with the girl. So these are the things we are talking about. At least you got to get the Liberian government credit. They got involved. But then when it became so religious, when the gentleman left and took the child to Guinea, we never heard that case again. So what I'm saying, at least
where were the parents?
Go ahead.
And where were the parents of the child?
Well, the forced claim that it was traditional. They were other than of the same faith. But the idea here, what the police were saying, what the law was saying, it doesn't matter whether you are of the same faith. The law says you can't do this.
Yeah, but did they grab the parents? I mean, did they grab the parents? Because that's why I'm asking, where were the parents? So
they didn't grab the parents. No.
Yeah, but then I mean, they didn't do their job because they should grab the parents.
But I don't think we should qualify it at all. I mean, my thing is that I believe like in America, the age of consent here, I think is 18. So yeah, that's what we should say in Liberia, but to qualify without marriage, something, because then I mean you violating the child's right, man. The child, you force the child.
My thing is,
so I think you should leave that one. Let leave it. And
my thing is
age of consent, because the problem is that most people won't do the nonsense they do in Africa. They won't do it in America. No, they try what will happen to them.
Oh yes, that's the beauty of. Well, that is what's pathetic about when we go to Liberia. Things that we can't do here. We go into our own home and we try to get away with basically murder, things you can't do here. But, go ahead, Robert.
You do know that.
Not only that, but beating police and arguing with police, disrespecting police, all those things. Go ahead, Robert.
But you do know that if we could get away with those things here, people will act a fool. For me, the reason why people get away with things in Liberia, and this is the true character of these individuals, right? It's not that the reason why they are in check and they are more cautious of what they do is because they understand that there's a system of accountability that does not relent, right? The system will hold you accountable. You understand what your rights are. If there's a moving violation and the police pull you over, you have the right to ask the police for which reason you were pulled over. The police should tell you that. If it's a moving violation ticket, you get your ticket, you go to court, and you argue guilt or innocent in court, right? There's no need to go back and forth to the police with the police. Same thing in Liberia. If a cop pull you over, and it's a moving violation, whatever that is, then you get a ticket and you go to court and you argue that in court, if that's the system, right? The reason why people go to Liberia and get away with stuff is because the system allows that. The system does. So these people are not acting differently. The only difference is there's a system here that holds you accountable. It is enforced. In Liberia, we don't enforce our laws in Liberia. But I wanted to go back to the this whole point about consent. What is the consent age in Liberia?
Oh, someone just posted in our chat.
I think it's 18.
Okay, well, I don't think so.
It's,
I mean 16.
I don't know, but I know very well. Tomalin was talking with 13, I think.
The reason why I'm asking that question is we don't even know what the consent age in Liberia is. We don't. We don't. And maybe there needs to be more information as it relates to that. Maybe there needs to be more information on because we don't know what the consent age in Liberia is. And the reason why we don't.
Well, I just pulled it up. The Liberian Law School, the Cornell Law School has a page on legal information institution in Liberia. It's the Liberian Constitution. Article 11 guarantee fundamental rights and freedom of all persons, regardless of sex, ethnicity, race, political opinion, or national origin. Article 18 prohibits employment discrimination based on sex, blah, blah, blah. And it's the age of consent is 18, they say.
Okay, they say, but the age we need more clarification on that. But but we need to be very consistent when it comes to that. There's no need for age of consent when there's no accountability for folks who violate that. As we speak right now, the people who supposed to be exemplary of the law are the very people who are sleeping every night with girls as young as 14, 15 years old. And someone said, with the approval of their parents, some of these parents, because they have no means, they are using their daughters to engage in these activities. All right, and this is the only way that they can make money. Some of these, there are a lot of beautiful young girls in Liberia that have been taken advantage of. This is the reason why I got so pissed off when people started to celebrate the imprisonment of this whole perfect key thing and started to say that, well, Liberian women have finally been given justice by my cause. Really? What about those young girls that are abused every day? What about our women? You know how many husbands abuse their wives on a daily basis? You know how many of us in Liberia are abusing our children in disguise of discipline? I mean, there's a lot of issues going on. People are not held accountable for their actions, including those that have the most influential people and people who got money. People are not being held accountable. So you can have all of the consent as long as you want. If the system does not enforce it, if the system is not consistent with that, it defeats the purpose. It defeats the purpose. In Monrovia, the consent is 18. But in the village, you got 45-year-olds that are getting married to, they got wives that are 13, 14 years old. Then they said that tradition. I mean, we need to get our act, we need to be consistent. We are very confused. People don't know what to believe.
Let me welcome.
Let me just add to what Robert said.
1 minute. 1 minute. Let me welcome Joe. Joe, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
And Joe, thank you, man. I've been following your work on the page. You've been very good.
But you got to mute because he's getting echo.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Yeah, when he's talking, then he can unmute himself.
Yeah, okay. Joseph, your take on this traditional.
Oh, you told me 1 minute, then you forget about me again?
No, but he just came in. Let him chime in.
Yeah. First of all, let me say thank you so much. For me, even though I've seen the report, but I've not read in depth. But let me go from the other side, especially nowadays in Liberia. most of our young girls, sometimes their parents don't even need to force them. The entire culture and the system have changed. Mostly, mostly you can find these things around the Muslims, who can be at that point where you see an elderly man will go to the parents of that child, and try to pay something towards. But from our own side, from the Christian side, uh, our parents are not into that habits again, except when you go in the rural parts. Yes, you will see some of these things. You will see some around 15, 17, living with boyfriend, having kids. But nowadays, the females, our young girls, they themselves just go into it, and the entire society have been polluted with these things.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman,
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, if I'm there. Hold on. I'm coming to you. Joseph, can you mute?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Pewee, I'm coming to you. Sarah, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to add that just like you guys said, a lot of these things are just, basically, some of the parents don't have, the means. So they encourage the young girls, young women to marry some of these grown old men. Like one of my cousins who I talked with a few months ago, small little girl, got 5 children. 5 children, and I think she one of the 3rd or 4th wives of this man. So one time she called me and she was explaining her problem to me, that she even got problem now with her stomach from just burning part of children for this man. So I told her, but why you do yourself like that? Who encourage you in your marriage? And she started explaining whole lot of things. I said, you got 5 children? How your business does and get that Nigerian? 5? Now you got problem from that pregnancy. Who's going? The man got time for you? No, the man get time for me. On my own, sister, you gotta help me. So there is nobody there even the system does not even protect these children when they go into some of these marriages. They're just there on their own, and because maybe the parents they didn't have it, or for some reason they say, oh yeah, Kamara say he won't marry you. Kamara already got 4 wives. You're gonna make it 5. And when you get there, you small wife, you born all the children now. The health problem it creates for you. Does he care? No. So if our government can really step in to really strengthen the schools around some of these things to make sure that our girls are protected in these marriages, it will really be helpful. It doesn't have to be forced. It can be consent, but let it be of age and responsible in a sense. Because some of these women are really in it against their will and they are suffering in it. Seriously.
Pewee, I just told you yesterday, a friend of mine who is a scholar, he told me that his daughter could not marry my son under no conditions because we are not of the same faith. Isn't that the same thing we are talking, that even if the girl had liked my son and my son had loved this girl, he said under no conditions that they were alive, because my son is of a Christian faith and his daughter is not of the Christian faith.
Yeah, absolutely. But before going back to that quickly, let me come back to our point. Say we actually know there's the age of consent in Liberia is new. It's not a debatable thing. It's new. It's 18. The age of consent in the Republic of Liberia is 18. It's not big. It's clearly 18. And that's part of the reason why even in the RIP law, that if you went out with and have a relationship, even if the person did consent, if the person is below the age of 18, that is statutory rape. Even if the person say yes, it is statutory rape. That is reflected in the penal code of the rape law. But the original age of consent that is known in Liberia, we know it is 18. So that's the age of consent is 18.
Yeah, but Sylvester, the confusion I mentioned is that we know, you and I both know that there are lots of young girls that have been pregnant. The fathers or what have gone to the hospital with them. People know that these young girls are underage. I haven't seen in a long time. When's the last time anyone got held accountable by the law based on the age of consent for statutory rape?
Yeah,
So the law is one thing, but the implementation of the law is another thing. That's the confusion, because people just do what they want to do.
There's something often in the legal parlance. They say the justice system only go looking for cases, right? They only go looking for cases. But if there's anything reported that this person, let's say Sylvester Pewee whatsoever had a relationship with a 17-year-old girl and impregnated that girl, that should be held and arrested for statutory rape. That is clear. If that case is reported. But many a times, yes, what I will come into put, many a times is that it is due to the way family compromise these things. And it does not allow the law, the justice system to take a hold of them. It's been compromised from the family level. It's just like probably this person is in this community, in refer to our uncle. He's the most well-to-do person, and he having to have an affair with a girl, unfortunately impregnated her, or having an affair in that manner. The family will say, oh, they kind of thing, and they men are helping us. It happens a lot on a day-to-day basis. It's an obvious thing, but it does not actually stop.
Yeah, but my last. Oh, you finished? Sorry.
No, you're not finished yet.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to say something? Go ahead.
My last word on the issue, because I think we'll make progress on the one now. My last word on the issue is this: the ministries of gender, health, and Liberian National Police, Justice Ministry. On a serious note, that's why if a girl who is 16-year-old, who is a 15-year-old, they go or 17, if they get pregnant and go to the hospital, your job now is to hold that child and say, well, who pregnant this girl?
Exactly.
All you need to do to track the people that are doing it, because the parents try to prosecute that, because honestly, this is what you know. Okay, the girl comes to the hospital. In America, you know that now. If a little girl who's on her age go to the hospital, you know very well that they're going to call social worker. Everybody will be calling, and they'll find out who fathering that child.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but in Liberia, we do nothing in the country.
Nothing. They put one pay at the end of the month. Nobody working.
You're there to protect. You said protection, general protection, all that thing are crap, because your job is the minute the child comes, the child enter the database, the age. Oh, but then tell us who got you pregnant.
But you're going too far. Let's Professor end on this. No, you're going too far, though.
You see,
you're going too far.
Listen, Robert, let Pewee. I mean,
just 10 seconds before you come in. Just 10 seconds. You can probably chime in on this one. You're going too far about the hospital. Pewee said the age thing is 18, right? Consent. Okay, 18.
It's 18. Yeah.
Okay, so we agree it's 18. So what is the consent for alcohol? Because here's the thing, right? There are babies that I see at entertainment centers. They are sold alcohol on a daily basis. They are in places where adults only should be 21 and up, right? And I've seen them at places where they're not supposed to be. They're drinking alcohol with no. Who's asking for ID? Who's asking for the information? So the point that I'm making is, when you have consent age being 18, right, and you also have young babies in spaces, right, that they are not supposed to be in. All of this defeats the purpose. It does not make sense. If you're not 18 years old and you are not supposed to be involved the way that you're supposed to be involved without consent, whatever the case is, then you should not be allowed at bars. If your parents are at a restaurant, then you should not be. I don't allow kids to sit at my bar, even if the parents is there. If the parents are there, they have to sit in the actual restaurant, because the daughter or the son is not 21 years old to drink alcohol. So they don't sit at my bar. These are the laws. But we don't have that in Liberia. We need to change that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but unfortunately, we do also have that law in Liberia.
Oh, really?
The age of consent in terms of alcohol, you cannot sell alcohol to any child that is under the age of 18. That is a law in Liberia. But what I will counter is that the way the system is here, the law in Liberia does not demand for ID before doing those things, right? We don't have that kind of system. But if you are not allowed to even send a child to buy alcohol for you.
So how do you know the child is under the age?
How do you know the child?
That's why he's saying we don't have this system.
That's what I'm just saying to you. We don't have.
No, I understand, Sylvester. I'm asking a rhetorical question. Then how would you know?
We presume it's done to presumption, right? We presume. We see the person saying that child here, you can't do that. Something up, and it's sometimes again, like bro, we have some folks that sometimes take the beat.
children or child that are just tied to some of them maybe 21, 22, 23, but it's only up. So again, we have to presume from that perspective. But actually, you're not allowed to sell alcohol to even commandeer them, to send them to purchase those things. But yeah, I'll come and quick them, so Gayman, I will land on this one. The problem in the country is about family, right? It's not the system. The law is on the book in this country. But, okay, somebody was saying something, when the people go to the hospital, yeah, it's different. Yeah, we got child services system in the spirit that's very robust. But the first and foremost, when a girl is 18 or 16, 17, pregnant in that place, if the parents knew, but they would even stop the person from going to. We ask, but who pregnant? The person say, I don't know. And that person is under instruction to say that.
But
you
say no.
The person will say they don't know. When you feel so beyond what kind of debate, I hate going through your debate. It's not what you observe. That you've been here for a long time. Not what how the system works. But back quickly to the issue, Jerome, you talk about your son and the other guy, person, daughter, that's a Muslim and Christian thing. There's one thing that's been unfolding in the part of Liberia from Lofa, and particularly from the Loma ethnic group, and versus the Mandingos and the rest of most of the other tribes in Liberia, even the rest of the other tribes in Liberia, not only the Loma. The Mandingo folks, that made children are allowed to have relationship with other tribal girls in Liberia. But an attempt for any of us to wanting to go around their girls' children, they refer to us as Catholic. That's an open kind of a thing. It's a cultural problem in the country when it comes to that. When your friends say that to you, they can come and mess around other girls and other things, but an attempt to go, then their parents say, "Oh, that man are Catholic," and sometimes they disgrace those children. Sometimes they abandon, what I want to say, they excommunicate some of them for having relationship with someone that they believe that can go to the mosque. It's a serious situation, very serious problem, and I think that moving forward to having some of the way we assimilate culturally, there have to be some striking of balance in terms of how they want to do those things. It's a serious cultural problem, and it's been persistent for a very protracted period of time.
Great. Honorable Diggs, I spoke to Honorable Bronsky. May his soul rest in peace. I think it was like 2003, 2004. And we had similar conversation. And his understanding was, his frustration was that Liberia has a dual legal system. Whenever the folks want to use their travel law or the travel system, we cannot impose upon them, even though constitutionally, the Constitution supersedes everything, but the dual legal system is protected, respected, that if the people decide they want to settle their issue in the Zoe bush, in the sandy bush, or the Para bush, or under the Palawa hut, the constitutional setup in Liberia has always honored that. So he was saying, until we can reconcile that, we're always going to have this problem where I think one lawmaker impregnated a girl, a child, and they went after him, and he took the girl into Grand Jita, into the bushes. Nobody has seen that child. Nobody has seen anything anymore. And they say it was a traditional thing. They were handling the traditional. So this is what Bronsky was saying. It is until Liberia reconcile that, we're going to always have an
So
issue.
which is the superior law? The traditional law or the law that governs the country?
The constitutional law is superior.
Okay, so that's a no-brainer.
Why he say it's only on the book, but they respect the traditional law as well. So that we have a dual system, he says. Mr. Diggs.
Well, most African countries have the kind of dual system because of the historical past. And so we can't just wipe away our historical past because we're trying to please the West. And at the same time, we are educated that we can modify some of those traditional behavior, that will show some decency. So I give you an example. In Nigeria, you have the Emir of Kano, the Emir of Sokoto. These are long-time ancient title. The former central bank governor of Nigeria, Sanusi, when he left the central bank, he became Emir of Kano. He's wearing traditional outfit, and he had a lot of power, even though he was not elected governor of the canon of that state, but he had a traditional power. So we have a whole bunch of traditional practices that we need to modify, but we cannot criminalize it. And I won't be somebody who would sit here and I would be blunt. Some white person writes some report, and then I get all up in arms about it, because trust me, they're writing that report because they're trying to get funding to come on some kind of project. I understand we have problems, but we are educated, we are reasonable enough that we can find a medium ground that these traditional practices can be practiced with decency, and our law of the country can be honored. I'll stop right there.
Pewee, what's wrong with, listen, guys, you're in Monrovia, you're doing your constitutional law. We want to do our thing, honor the Palawa heart. Should we just make up our mind and say, you know what, we will stick with one law to make it easier than if you ran behind the representative from Monrovia, he runs to the Grand Jide in the bush, and you say, well, the zoo over there, so we can't go there. And that's the end of that story. How do we reconcile the two?
It's just by upholding the Constitution of Liberia. Article 2 of the Constitution is also very clear. It says any law that will come in conflict with the Constitution is hereby void. So it's to stick to basically the Constitution of that.
Very simple.
Constitution, that's the way to just handle that. To just stick with that and ensure that the most supreme law is the Constitution.
That's it.
The Constitution talk about the basic rule of law, fundamental rights for this. All those things is enshrined into that very powerful instrument.
That's it.
So, but his frustration is that it like we say, it's only on the books.
Yeah, but if it's only on the books, then that's a problem. This is the problem, and it's not just this part. It's throughout the country, Mr. Gayman. Is we have laws on the books that are not enforced. So I'm not sure who politician said it, that we don't have a problem with written vision. We don't have a problem with things being written down or plans or whatever the case is, right? We have an implementation issue here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't enforce what governs us or what is supposed to govern us. We only get loud about it when it benefits us in a particular narrative or in a particular situation. That's not the way you govern a country. You can't have someone committing crimes in the city or anywhere else for that matter, as per the law, the supreme law. And I want to be explicitly clear here. I don't think we've lost our traditions. I think that we don't know what our traditions are. I mean, people were laughing recently when this pro tem, when they talk about wearing traditional, and people say she wore a Ghanaian kente. Now, I'll stay out of that conversation, because the question about, well, there are some traditions. I'm a Bassa boy, and I asked my pops, there's no relation with the Kentes or whatever from Ghana to people of Grand Bassa, right? I think we don't fully understand what our traditions are. We think we do. I personally don't. But what I do know is, when you have a man that is 50 or 60-year-old trying to marry through whatever tradition or whatever, or baby as young as 20 or even 15 years old, that's not tradition. That's criminal. So we can't sit here and say, well, we're not listening to what the white man wrote. I don't believe in this whole white man syndrome, savior syndrome. I think they are very intelligent, able Liberians that can fix things and logical. They understand. But there's some things fundamentally wrong with child abuse and assault in our country that is interpreted as tradition. And it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong. We have to change that. If you're 50-year-old, you're 60-year-old, I don't care if you're in the Zoe Booch, the Son of Society, or whatever the heck you are, you should not be getting married, or you should not be grooming young babies to get married to you, even if you have paid that dowry at the highest amount. It should not be happening in Monrovia. It should not be happening in any Zoe part of the country. That's illegal. And if you found doing that, you should be prosecuted and locked up.
And that young
wife traditions.
That young wife that is coming in that marriage will be used.
Yeah, Mr. Sally, The last time we covered the story on another network here.
You're right.
The people, I think it was in Grand Gita, where they said they did what they call it, Sasewu, they gave something happened and they gave the people something to drink, and who didn't die was free. And I think about 7 or 8 people died. And the folks say it was our tradition. We've been doing this for ages, and these are the things we are talking about. How does it try by ordeal? They call it. Talk to us. I know you're a journalist. Some of you guys have covered some of these stories. Can you hear us?
He's frozen. But before he can join quickly, that issue about trial by ordeal is completely outside. It's a violation of the penal law of Liberia. It's a violation of all of the basic law that have been.
They make everything traditional.
Been spoken loudly, been erased from the laws of the country. There should be no trial by ordeal. Absolutely. Anything now, rather, it is a criminal act. Anyone that will indulge into trial by ordeal that we call Sasewu is tantamount to criminality. So the law is clear on that have been ruled out. So trial by ordeal, the thing that we do, put somebody on this, that, but they those things. So all of those kind of practices is outdated. It is clear.
Yeah, but 2 years ago, all those people that died in Grand Gita, I never heard anything.
Mind you, there are a lot of folks still engaging into this kind of unscrupulous and illegal activities because they've not been caught. And again, I agree around this form. The enforceability aspect of our law is a problem. We are not very robust in terms of how we enforce. The enforceability is the problem, and we will down shift the blame on the presidency because Article 50 of the Constitution also says the executive power is rested in the we shall be head of government, commander in chief, and other things. So you should enforce, and that's why the president took oath on the day of inauguration to protect. You are taking oath to protect the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So if those things are not done, then I mean you're not doing well for the Constitution.
So let me ask.
Okay, Jerome. Okay, Jerome. Let me say something. Not sorry, Tomalin. Okay, we can have the age of consent can be 18. If you read in our Constitution, age of consent is 18. Age of consent is 18. Whether you're doing traditional marriage or the non-traditional marriage, that's the age of consent.
Period. The
problem is, it's nice to talk these things, but then you got to look at the country from a historical concept. Historically, the Constitution was written for a few group of people that were on the coastal era. Jerome, we all know that. So all these practices were prevalent. Was happening all around the country. Outside of the coastal area where we had these provinces. These people were practicing. Wow. Up to 60 when these places became counties 1964. You know what I mean? In 1964 they became counties.
We rewrote the Constitution 86. So
but guess like that, okay. But when we rewrote it 86, we just rewrote it. But now we got this traditional practice that has been going on for hundreds of years. So we got to find a way to find a middle ground. I'm not saying disobey the Constitution, but things like age of consent, where you got to marry. If it's 18, it's 18. If you want to do an arranged marriage in your culture or your custom, that child has to be 18. If that child is under 18, you get in trouble. You know what I mean? It's just as simple as that. It's just as simple as that.
Then also you start talking about.
That's the point. You're right about that.
Then we should come up. We should put a cap on the running for president in our country too.
But Tomalin, the sad thing,
you can do that.
The present makeup of our first presidential government, they got more traditional people than ever before in the history of the country. So why did he not discuss? Am I lying, Pewee? We got more traditional people.
You're right about that. So why did you put a cap on the limit of what there's a baseline as to who can be president of Liberia.
There's a floor, but you can't put a ceiling.
How you put a ceiling? You can do that.
Put a cap because you look at the president.
That's least of our concern, Tomalin.
That should not be an issue there. If you want to hear it, contest, go contest.
So I mean, you my contest for president?
Oh yeah. If 100-year-old man can beat anybody, breach level 50, then I mean, you're not competing.
Exactly. Let the people decide.
Yes. So for me, I'm not worried. The Constitution says you should have an incumbent property of 25,000. I've lived in the country 10 years prior to election to be age 35.
You see the president of South Sudan.
That's it.
You see, they carrying the son. Look at that one. They're walking like baby.
Yeah, but that's what the people have to decide what they want.
So what happened to the people of Sudan? They can't think.
He pee on himself and it's still
when you do those some analogy, sometimes you have to balance the strike here. As the political people would say. The president of South Sudan is not democratically elected. He's a rebel leader. He imposed himself on the people.
So what's about Paul Biya?
But you are many get together.
So you gotta see the system you looking at line. Those people are repressing the people. They taking so that man maybe that man maybe not carrying himself. People that are holding the gun around you, keeping him. See Paul Biya, for instance. Why you think Paul Biya is still president of Cameroon today? And his wife, the Goni Chantal Biya, is the most. They refer to her as the most
Cameroon. One of the things that I would recommend in any conversation in the tourism, and I think this is the reason why other countries are moving forward. And because I have folks, for instance, in the Ghana tourism area that I talk to off the record, we need to change, and this is what breaks my heart, because I think that it's competitive when we bring our best of the best, and we can have these conversations about ideas that can work right now. Like right now, if I went to the Senate or whatever, I'm talking about things that can work right now with all of the challenges that we have right now. And most of the so-called top hotels, there are no limits, Tomalin. You go to these places and you see these young girls dressed up. They're sitting with men as 35, 40. I see it happening all the time. Go to Royal Rooftop, for instance. These young girls, they're not old enough to be in these spaces. They're not, but they're there. So collaboration must happen, and I'm hoping that my colleagues over there at the Liberia Tourism Authority, they're looking at these things, because again, when you had the chairman of the board of the Liberian talk about sex tourism the other day, and I was so pissed off. And when you talked about how this is what's happening in other countries, I'm like, why are you even mentioning this? Given our own environment, this is the last thing we want to encourage. But when you have weak laws, when you have laws on the books that are not implemented in the system, it becomes a problem. So one of the things we need to start doing right now, we really need to start tracking down on establishments that are over serving alcohol, because alcohol accidents from intoxication has become a serious problem in Liberia as well. This is how this young boy was killed. The Liberian musician, what was his name? The little short kid who got killed coming from the bar. What's his name, man? Because I was at the we were all at Anglers together that night. I remember we were all.
You're in Liberia that day?
Yes, I was in Liberia. Me, him. I mean, everyone was going to Sekou Jabate's house. Okay, and that situation happened. But people need to start looking at IDs. People need to start looking at IDs.
Raul, I'm not on the edge.
No, he wasn't. I'm talking about intoxication, overly served.
But
establishment needs to start getting held accountable for that. Take them to court.
But guess Tomalin.
But Tomalin, I want to tell me where you want to drink. You are out of
where I'm going with this is all of the hotels, all of the restaurants and bars will be implemented. If I were to take over anything, implemented to go through training when it comes to.
And you are Quincy B, right?
Wait. It's very important.
Quincy B.
Quincy B. It's very important that bartenders and establishment invest in bartending trainings so that they understand what are the signs of people who have had a little too much to drink, slurring of words, right? There are trainings that people go through. They are the expert. So you can't just guess and say, you know what, this person, how do I know they have so much to drink? Or how do I know what they're doing? How do I know if they're driving or not? It's your responsibility to make sure that if guests are coming to you and you're engaging them, whether you're at the bar or you're at the restaurant, whatever, and they are not communicating with you and those sounds are not visible, you can tell them, I cannot serve you alcohol. I will get you a bottle of water. I will get you a French fries. I will get you something to eat. It's your responsibility. And if that happens and that person goes out there and kills someone, I can take them to court.
we don't enforce the law. On a serious note, right? You and I know in America.
Even if they play, you can enforce it. People go to the player, they come to the big bar.
But they sue them. They sue them for over-serving.
Yeah, it happened a lot.
Yeah, they sue them. But they're sued, so they're investing in that.
Robert, I live in America, Robert, it's part of the Liberian action. So when I go to Philly to go chill, if I go chill weekend, I better sleep there, find a hotel or sleep there, because I'm not coming back. Because if I drink, you think it's what? Hey, you know the cops don't all line up. They're waiting for you, especially on weekend. They line up. In fact, then your car will tell you, your way will tell you, say, speed trap ahead of you. So you know. And the people see, you can never tell when you pull out. And nowadays, they pull you out. You know, man, look, you get to that, but in Liberia, you be drinking in, not alcohol. You say, I can't go.
Yeah, go now. Let me say this.
You jump your own drive.
I was at the Gator Convention Center the last time in Maryland. That's a big time 5-star area, right? So the guys will come and say, "You just open your tag, you dead dignity." How do you listen? And I'm drinking very composed. The guys from drunk can be very composed.
Of course,
they got drunk that are very composed. They're taking enough. The guy will tell me, imagine the man, and that's a top-notch area. The man tell me, say, another one. You know, but I was in the hotel.
You're an adult. You're an adult now.
So how do you tell me that's the problem?
Blood clot.
That's the problem. You are an adult.
No. Sylvester, you don't just look for.
You know what? Drove by go right.
You don't just look for. You don't just look for.
You drove by Delaware. No.
No. But
I think
who's your name? No. We are
Gentlemen, Sarah want to go. She want to say.
You are in the hotel. I didn't come back.
I was just saying that great show, and I think I saw our mother, Madam Taylor, bury her son today. I just want to say.
No. The funeral process started today.
Oh, it started today. Okay, I just want to say.
They're talking to Bon County. They brought him back.
Okay.
Tomorrow,
yeah, I saw those pictures on social media. Very sad situation. I just want to say my condolences to her and also to Reverend Jackson's family. You know, our great icon has left the world, but he left people here on the ground. So great show, guys. Let me let you continue your talking.
Well, we got some all again.
But Tomalin, Sylvester, I don't care how good, because there are some people who consume alcohol very well. And so this is the reason why when you go and you study these things, they're not just looking for physical signs. They're looking for instance, if you're a good drinker, you may not be slurring your words, but your coordination will be poor. For instance, right? I can look at your eye and say, you know what? This guy has a bloodshot eye. I can't serve him no liquor, right? That the many things that we have to look for to determine if this person have had too much to drink, right? But we don't do this thing back home.
Is a clarify all now.
She said you are composed drunker. I say yes. Listen,
but that's not that's people who are.
You have to know your limit.
For the record, I'm about to go for the record. Whosoever is thinking this way, for the record, I am a very disciplined alcohol taker.
And that's the best thing to do.
And I'm very major in how I do alcohol. And
but for me,
that's why I have never been anytime I suspected even to be DUI, and I would never be.
Yeah.
So let me ask a question.
For me,
everybody here before leave here. Have anybody when you drink, do you drive or you just?
I mean, no. I think it's
I think I go ahead and drive a lot of time.
Yeah, but I do. But listen, I think it's two different things here, right?
But so that won't be it.
Like Sylvester said, I think you have to know. I don't like to get drunk, for instance. I don't like the feeling of getting drunk. Not only the hangover, I just don't. I get very paranoid, especially if I'm in certain settings where I don't know certain people. So I get very paranoid, and I don't like to go home.
That's 1 minute.
And I don't like to go home. I don't like to go home feeling like.
Good night, man. I gotta run.
Yeah, feel like my eyes are turning or things. So I don't like to get drunk, right? But if you took 1 or 2 glasses of beer, or you took a cocktail, I don't think that's enough reason for you not to be able to drive, right? We're talking about people who
exactly.
No, yeah, we're talking about people who are overly drunk. If the percentage is not what the legal percentage is, if you got pulled over, you should be good. right?
No, but one thing I do, right? If I'm in a gathering or drinking, wherever I am, when I go to the bathroom, what I do, right? If I to test how much I go, then I'll stay on one of my one leg. If when I see myself wavering, that's it. No, I'm done. And then I start drinking water now until I really leave, because I'm not gonna. And somebody want to do the one empty they XO bottle. They say they bottle will empty that gallon. Not me. I don't enter that crap. No,
I don't think. I don't like to get.
I found myself swinging as I know that it's done. It's over with, because
listen.
I've been in court before in the country where the judge said, "Give me your license." Took a man for DUI, and the men are crying. I'm telling you. So I don't want that.
Listen, guys. For me, the people they laugh at me because I drink only Kahlua. I don't drink anything else because I can't stand anything.
You don't drink alcohol?
Kahlua, but Kahlua has
alcohol. I drink.
No, it got 20%. It got 20% of alcohol. It's
but I can't drink whiskey, cognac,
but you might as well drink an espresso martini, because Kahlua, a little bit of Baileys, and if you don't like it, you can add a little bit of vodka or tequila. But that's what we use to make it. But listen, but I'm a certified bartender.
I know, but Rob, we're gonna make some, man.
They make an operate the whole hotel, every part of it.
I take my jacket off when it gets really busy, and I jump behind the bar and shake some things up with my bartender. They go, "Wow, for real? Yeah, I like to be efficient in all areas."
Rob, give me some make recipe, man. Drink how to mix it up.
Oh, that's fine. When you come over to the crib, over, I will invite you over to the bar and we can sit and go over some stuff. I'll let you leave.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll be there,
guys. See you tomorrow.
All right, guys. All right.
So, what's up, man?
Nothing, my man. Nothing. I just listen to you guys.
I'm in Minnesota. You're cool now?
Oh, yeah. And the people say they draw it down. So I think everything gone on. I mean, they fairly rap on the citizens, so they all pack up and left now, you know.
Wow, so you're leaving town, you're out of the noise now. That.
Yeah. I think, hey, man, did you guys discuss that issue in Yekepa today with Asalimita?
I saw something with Senator Yan Twine. I just
yeah, man. That was a serious strike there, man. Well, I'm sure a video where people were shooting at all, man. You had a machine gun at all. Yeah, it was serious.
Hey, man. What caused the strike?
Like you know, they got a company called AFCON that got a contract to supply day labor. Because these companies nowadays, they are running slim operation. They're maximizing every dollar. So they hire very few people and they give somebody the contract to provide staffing every day. Like day labor. So that they're not liable for your. So there's no liability for them to just pay that man pay people. So something happened and there's a big protest today and tear gas, shots were fired. Police went there, the drove with the signing. But you know what? So in 2024 January, we had something similar days at B Mountain. Now 2026 February, we got this at Asalimita. Prior to this, doing Madam Salita, and they had similar incident at Asalimita. Tomalin, the biggest rip up in our country are these concession agreements that the people pass through, nobody see. You know what I mean? And I see Yan trying to, we're going to make a statement. Look, bro, I want to say something. You guys have let the entire country down. You're giving people 25, 30 years concession agreement that will take billions out of the country and nobody can see the document. There's no question asked or anything. Look, what they need to pass in that country, what they need to do, the president need to bring all these concessions back on the table for open negotiation with the public and not his justice minister part of it because he's just worse. The national security advisor, they all just worse. The citizen, the stakeholder, do a sunshine process, open this thing, or let people read this thing and know what's in it. You know, that this Asalimita, AML Liberia, how many percentage Liberia government got? What a liberalization plan? You know what I mean? All these different things. But they just sign these things. Nobody see it. It get codified. Any company hold it, that why they ride with. And we just pass AML, then anybody, would anybody see EML? But the person will sign it, our law. We passed HPS, anybody see it? Our law. We got B Mountain. I mean, these people taking billions out of the country.
Yeah, it's true though.
And then we don't and we're getting peanuts, and then we say that, oh, we're waiting for MCC money. I mean, are these people serious people? So okay, guess what? Guess what? The MCC money is great. So in the MCC money, and we get a fair share from these mining concession, that plenty of money for all the developed country. You know what I mean?
No, but I'll tell you somebody today on the phone, bro. We're talking, and the country is rich. Take it or leave it. For the kind of money domestically, the kind of revenue that we generate, that we mobilize every year from domestic revenue. Liberia is rich.
I mean, and people they just sit down. They just sit down. I mean,
all the time, because there's no reason why civil servants should make less than $500. Civil servants should make less than $500. No way. But
I mean, just
like 180, 150 a month. Can you imagine?
You go for the Yan Twine and the Yan Twine, their concession agreement, he abstained. And he abstained for AML. And he abstained.
Oh man, not ready.
And when they go for the concession hearing, the only thing they be asking about, how much the county development fund, the CSR. That's all. For somebody taking $1 billion out of the country, they give you $1 million for CSR. Then you vote for something. I mean, how we sell it? I would say cheap.
Liberia citizens is very pathetic. Very pathetic.
Yeah, and then concession. And then they act like these people doing us favor. Somebody come and take billions out of the country, you think they're doing you favor? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it 100 years in Liberia. 100 years in existence. From 1926 to 2026, 100 years. Yeah.
I mean, right? you just giving up. Now they got Putu. They're working on Putu. They will get Putu up. They will pass a concession, and they say, job. How many jobs people giving? The people workforce, the daily workforce, probably less than 50% of the workforce of full-time AML employees that they pay benefits to.
I was told that
all about day labor.
B Mountain. I was told that they put their workforce. They import them from Turkey. They say plumbers. I said everything you think about. They say, if you want to know that, it's just so in the morning, early morning. You go on that plane. You see the workers they come in. You wonder what are they Liberian, but they pull foreign base. Okay.
And the people build, and while they're living in the nice continue. They build nice continue home.
People there in it. Look, man, our leaders.
Yeah, come on.
I remember when Doe became head of state. Doe, he went? I thought was small in Firestone. Doe went to Firestone one day. He said, "I used to live here before Canwan. I live in there." He said, "I want the place to be left your fire. I want the place stay in darkness when I'm living here in the camp here." Everything correct. After a couple of years, black guy. When they PRC got that kind of fire soon, they get in arrest.
They get in the country club, the clubhouse.
They get hot dog and the
hamburger.
They fill a tank. They get in, no gasoline, no carry. That thing, they get in. Man, they were just closed, done. Man, look.
Yeah, I mean, so you want to blame the president? We got 103 people that just sit there. And we got some people walking us through. We got some unscrupulous character that take bribe and help the team pass through for people to exploit the country. This thing has to stop. This concession agreement needs to be opened up. If you don't open it, let people read it and see what's in it. Like I said the other time on the show, the MCC woman was in studio OKFM with Clarence Jackson. She said, I met the government, who met this person, who met that person. He said, we got more meetings. And he said, with who? She said, we got to meet the civil society. He said, she said, yeah, there are stakeholders in the country too. The people bring American tax dollar, they're talking to civil society. We passing concession, we can't even talk to our own people. We pass on the cover of darkness. Are we serious?
One thing, like you said something earlier, when people write a report for you, everybody says, the report report. Look, what I got to find out when I was working in the NGO setting, the very people, when they say the expatriates come to Liberia, who are they? They say they representing WHO or UNDP. They take the men from either from Eritrea or from Burkina Faso. The men are the country rep. That man, Look, that man's one of the people that can come behind the dollar. They put them corrupt. They will tell you they will increase the figures. A project is about 200,000. Is they making 400,000, and then you justify what the money was used for. They will tell the person, yeah, use it for the purpose of the intervention. Look, so I'm believing that people say, oh, they may come in from World Bank. Man, give me a break.
And our people, look, those people are just the predatory lenders. That that if you can make decision for yourself, then it becomes very important. The people not smarter than us. They didn't go to no special school that they come with some specialized skills. The people are just classical bureaucrats that work with templates. As soon as they tell people something, it become gospel.
Oh yeah. I said, Myean, you got a video for Yikepa, the strike? You got a video?
Yeah, I have it.
Put on, let me see.
Play.
What you ever talking about?
The one where they were shooting.
Yeah. So you can just by here. Let me try to put it up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, shooting.
I mean, you could hear the I mean, you could hear the machine gun rolling. They were shooting tear gas. Yeah.
So what are protesting for better condition? What?
We get more detail. We just saw that. Then they arrested some people. They brought in arresting the people. Then I think they took this.
So they were protesting for that benefit. Some of them were contractors. Some of them they took them there for their job illegally. So they came back to protest for that benefits.
Wow. Hey, bro. That's why I stand behind my group. We disrupt.
And then one of the protesters were to seize a machine gun from one of the security forces. They all around looking for that on the finally funny.
It took a gun from the security force.
Yeah, as my they got a video. They got a video. You see that. That one is. But the first video that the shooting one, I mean, the whole people were in disarray.
Okay. What?
I mean, these people these so-called lawmakers. I mean, they are freaking disgrace. They're a disgrace to the country, complete disgrace, and they are the main problem. They are the main problem that hampering the development of our country. There. Tomorrow, it will say we're recasting our budget to $1.7 billion. The recurring expenditure will still be the same or will go higher.
Damn, man, again, pay me off. Anything my head. The voters got it when they put on the news. Look at America right now. 2028 stay far. They already talking about already talking about 2028 right now. The president, they may not run again, but the man saying, "Your time." He said right now, people will give a hard time. Now,
no, they talking about November. Yeah. But it's done. It's done and dusted.
I heard today that there's attention growing between Marco Rubio and JD Vance.
Yeah, because Marco Rubio got presidential ambition.
And JD Vance feel that he should be the crown, the coronator.
Oh no, they will go to primary. They will go to primary, and Donald Trump will not endorse anybody. He will let him fight.
You let him fight. But I see Nikki Haley will still run. She will still run.
Yeah, no, but you see the guy in Texas, the incumbent senator John Cornyn.
Oh, ain't Johnson? I see what that's still looking vulnerable now because there's a guy to Toledo. What the guy name? He went for
Tellerico. Tellerico is with Jasmine Crockett for the Democratic primary.
Yes.
But John Cornyn, who is in the Senate leadership,
yes,
is being primary by another person. And the person leading him in the polls, and Donald Trump can't even endorse John Cornyn.
I swear that woman been talking about dumb things, supporting all kind of dumb things, defending dumb stuff.
And Trump, what Trump said? He said, I like he said the two people running, he said, I like all three of them. All three of them support that big. That's what can happen. Yeah.
You let them fight.
What are Rubio, JD Vance, Nikki Haley? They ain't going by that White House. They cleaning that out.
Yeah, they will stand a problem because
they're cleaning that out. I can tell you.
And then this morning I listened to one analyst on Fox. He said that 43% of Hispanics voted for Trump in the last election, right? He said, but the recent election across the various states that have been happening in these election. He said the thing has shifted.
Yep.
It shifted. He said they asked him, he said, but why? Why the vote was because Trump promised that he's going to bring prices down. You're going to do a lot of stuff, but then they realized that all what he said is not happening. So now they're going back to the other side now. And they can't afford to lose the Hispanic vote in large numbers. If they do that,
yeah, but the whole ICE thing, we think what you expect to happen. And then, yeah, because the Hispanic voting Texas, they get a good share. So what they did a lot of redistricting in Texas and put some Hispanic people places. People go against them, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, John Conley, for me, they're whipping. That woman can say some things I ain't expecting to say. Old man like that.
I mean, the old man, the fact that the old man is in Senate leadership and he going through that primary, the president can support him.
Oh, he's what John did with Makari, what he doing that? Man, he said he can't. My man, the guy is different. He said he'll tell you bullet. Let me see that video, man, before we leave.
Because when I say you start pushing out to other people, you start pushing one another. They won't account. You don't get a free ball. You go down there, beautiful, defense. And you will leave on the floor. You know when you are talking about when you can't on the public, between the wires. Yeah, man. I'm live on the radio. I'm live on the TV. Who gonna come right? Yeah, I'm PD Josiah G. You get by your end. This one, you got a mistake. Thank you. So, can you please come to the public? Yeah, to be real to the public. Whatsoever you are watching this video, to be real, we have been maltreated by the Afro management for the past time. But this time around, we'll take it from no government official or any management. Whether you can be the last government official from police or from well, today is the last day. No compromise. The last thing, everybody up the man and no about. They say one thing won't go, no compromise. And to be straight, let me be bold to the point. No mine setter is safe for drinking. No mine setter. How will you know?
It's not easy.
Right now, I presented to you. There's an MOU with our son.
See, they are shooting. They are shooting. They are shooting. They are shooting. They are shooting us. The more they shoot, the more the potential escape from the scene. You see it? You see, they are running towards the protester. Why shooting? They are running towards the protester, shooting. Commit the protester. You see? Keep following. Keep following. Keep following. Keep following. Very TV. Very on TV. I'm broadcasting live in Yekepa, to be precise, iPhone camp, where folks demanding, and they are requesting for their benefit. Yeah.
Water benefit. They are part of the deduction and the project. So they are asking the company to provide that. That's what you see. I think you see. Can you see you? Continue to move.
So, Tomalin, you see that pavement?
No, move.
Yeah. That pavement was walking on in high school at the Lamco building.
Engage the web foot.
Yeah.
Engage web foot. I think you did.
The last bullet?
And as they shoot, everybody will be escaping.
I think probably attack, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm this away from them, so I'm this away from them. I think you can see. I'm this away from them. You got the key coming. The key coming. The key coming. Oh, yeah. Some people are taking back. They keep coming. Oh my goodness. Tension very tough. See? Put it out right now. They're on the main row of Casamenta. And right now, what we're doing is right around cigar office. Yeah. You see? As a shoot, the protesters will work, they will run a distance. See? That's right from the never. You see? Now everybody now, they are distant away from the PM. Right now, because are all on the mirror while the officer on the mirror, you can see the officer, they are chunking, shooting and chunking. They are shooting and throwing stone at the protester. I'm not able to go further. I'm not going to go close up because, you know, they are open.
The police station, how they treated them. Try to play that video so you can see.
The other video I shared, you didn't. That's a different one there.
Yeah. So finally, the police have brought up protesters to Sanukure, and we have to follow them all the way to Sanukure. Yeah. So as you can see them. So these are protesters who are protesting this morning in Yekepa. So as you can see them there, yeah.
Okay, Myean, look in the chat room. I posted the video there. The video I posted in the chat room. Play that one. Okay. Yeah, that one has the actual shooting.
Let me try to do that.
I have had it isn't going to try shooting now.
That's something common on the mining side, or.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, it was bad. It was bad there today. It was bad.
That's something very, very common.
Somebody get killed for nothing.
That's the kind of country we find ourselves in. The leaders, all of them will just keep silent. They go to collect that brown envelope, and then the people will start to suffer.
By the time the point say you go vote tomorrow, go vote the same people again.
Okay, here is a shooting. Yes, sir.
Oh,
a last bullet.
They are shooting.
You will get one of the last bullet.
They are shooting. You see? What they are shooting on because they're just watching the end of the Monobia. You see that? They are shooting. You see the smoke. You see the smoke? They're opening a fire.
don't want to attack you, but you hear the live round. You hear the live round.
The live runner.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah, that one. Live.
You see what I do?
There's your shooting in the air, right?
Who though?
You see what I do?
Put my man by the wall, man.
You see that?
Oh, throw the live ball over there.
I don't want to like say. I didn't hear. You got it, Namar?
Yeah.
You see that? You will not shoot.
You're shooting in the air, man, because you're shooting in the ground and people would have dropped.
You see that? You see what the state together doing? They can't shoot it hard. They can't the pass.
You're my politician. You gotta make sure you take that because
otherwise, you say you put it. You got me? Yeah. Hello? I should buy a new place. Yeah? No, I'm the one going live.
Yeah, you hear that? Yep, that's it, bro.
On a serious note, right? Somebody should be held accountable. They shouldn't let anything go for free. To
Yep.
open live bullet, no, I don't care what you put in the air or not. For the fact that you distinguish live bullet, it shouldn't be somebody should be held accountable. Somebody should it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, you don't discharge live bullet like that. Like, you know, I mean, I don't support. I support people right to protest, but don't damage properties. But to just start shooting, I mean, discharge your weapon like you're on the battlefield. No,
That's unacceptable, though.
Yep. But like people tomorrow, by Friday, the team will be there.
Well, tomorrow we'll find out tomorrow more.
Okay.
Okay, bro.
All right, man. Myean, you have a good night. Thanks a lot, man. Tomalin.
Myean, okay.
Okay, bro.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Parker. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Parker. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Parker, if all of them were taking the President Parker and behaving the President Parker, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a dining boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence, so any student that because of their action, it will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Garguah presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Garguah is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or will bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the major went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If child failure is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.